Here we are once again, episode 176. Oh boy. Oh boy, Kyle. More Pathfinder 2.
Yes, sir.
We're going to get this session up and rolling here, folks. This Sunday evening. We usually get together for some Pathfinder 2E goodness. And we're going to continue our story, the Abomination Vaults. And we'll do a quick intro. We don't have a full house tonight, unfortunately. We do have Jesse playing remotely, of course. No big issue. But we're going to be missing Dizzy and Rachel, unfortunately. At least for this session. So hopefully they'll be back next week. Well, they'll definitely be back next week. Rachel, for sure. So we're going to go with just 3 players and me. So that's not too bad. We'll see what kind of fun we can have tonight with that as we continue our story. So let's jump right into it. We're going to do our introductions like we usually do. Get that out of the way. Then we'll, one of you 3, are going to have to do a little recap of what happened last week. Anybody?
Got you.
You want to do it tonight, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'll get an extra hero point when you finish. Okay, we're all set. So, Kyle, start with you. Give you a little introduction, your character class, and expectations for the evening.
Well, what's up, fam? It's Kyle. I play Bjorn, the 7'1" human fighter cleric hybrid. Yeah, he's rocking and rolling. Kind of has a storied past. Follows Iomade fluently right now, though his past may come back to bite him in the butt later on down the line. We'll find out as we progress. As far as expectations tonight, my expectations have already been met. I get to sit down here, role play with you guys. So anything else is a cherry on top as far as I'm concerned.
Fantastic. I agree. Got a good group of players here, that's for sure. Karma, what do you think? Your introduction.
Ready? Hello. Karma. And I play Karma, a cleric of Iomade, a war priest in her own right. She came to the group to assist on behalf of Iomade, to assist their companions with their task of finding what's up with the Gauntlet. And when she got to the group, she was excited to see that there was another cleric of Iomade there. And she's trying to find her fit in the group with that information, even if it's not necessarily particularly working. My expectations for tonight are that we're going to sit down and we're going to fight some really cool fights, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
What's going to happen? Awesome. Thanks for that, Karma. Jesse, you're up next. What's going on, my man?
Hey, guys. I'm Jesse, and of course I play our other fighter, Valafor, level 7. Valafor is a fighter that is just wrecking things with his 2-handed great axe that he found. He's been very tight-lipped about why he's here and what he's doing. Hopefully maybe we can find something out about his background. But until then, he's here for Velcor's head. He can't wait to put it in a bag.
That's right. So tight-lipped, not even the GM has any clue. Yeah. Very good, Jesse. Glad you could join us once again. All right. And, yeah, let's jump into the recap and get this started. Go for it, Kyle. You get an extra hero point, so you'll start off with 2. Everybody else starts with 1 tonight. Go for it, Kyle.
Yes, sir. When last we left our intrepid band of adventurers, we were kind of between a rock and a hard place. A certain particular war priest was running low on magicka, so we decided after a brief interlude that we were going to fall back to our safe room to get some much needed rest, sleep, restore some spell slots, all of that. However, our plan to extradite ourselves was not without issue, as we came across quite a few creatures that were blocking the way. A couple big hulking creatures. I called them the Rocky Balboa creatures because they were not having none of my crap. And we had a pretty large fight there. We were able to work collectively as a team. I had myself and Lyra on the right. I had Karma and Balfour on the left. Cypher kind of in the back, throwing down spells and magic as best she could. It was a close fight, but we were ultimately victorious. We were able to win the day, and then we withdrew back up to our safe room. Did some stuff there, set watches, got a good night's rest, took the armor off for a while, except for Valafor, he never takes his armor off. Bjorn's starting to get curious as to why that may be, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then we decided we were going to head back out and see if we could find one of these demon-like creatures up in the upper level and acquire one of their shards. So we've been a lot of searching around, trying to locate, areas that we had, missed as characters. We discovered as we were walking out by the courtyard behind a translucent wall where we previously encountered some hydras. Karma and I were pretty sure that we saw something looking back at us from the water, and that intrigued us, to say the least. So yeah, we were kind of making a plan for how we were going to best get in there, and I believe that's where we left it.
Excellente. Okay. Yeah, you guys are down here in the bottom of this cave area, looking through this transparent wall. Yeah, that's where you're currently at. Interesting. Okay, we're going to pick up from there. So, you guys have any questions about anything before we get started?
Oh, sure. I'm good to go.
Yep, let's do this.
All right. Carmi, you're all good?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay. So you've been exploring this part of the vaults, following this natural cave area here where one wall, the eastern portion of the wall, is transparent. It's definitely a wall. It's definitely solid. But you can see through it. Question is, can you be seen? I'm not too sure about that. Doesn't seem to be a pertinent question at the moment. But you stand here at the end of this walkway cavern with transparent walls. Looking down, you see a pool of water 10 feet below you. Directly across from you, where you're currently located. If I didn't point this out before, there is an overhang of what looks to be a room. It's different from the rest of the walls, which are natural cave. But this part is brick and mortar. And it looks like it's part of a room, overhanging this pool of water, this flooded area of the dungeon. Looking through your maps, Bjorn, you quickly deduce that this chamber, that wall, is where that dragon-like creature was hanging out. You're not exactly sure how to get there. You figured that you might have to go to the level above and take a set of steps or a teleportation circle, as you were informed by Sheppy and Althea that, yeah, there's a little teleportation circle that'll take you to that room with the dragon-like creature. All right, so you've been informed of that. Otherwise, you don't see any other way to get into that chamber. Might be useful to get in there. You're not sure, but Bjorn, you're very curious about this part of the vaults, this area, this pool. You're sure something was looking at you. You're not sure what it means, whether it's magically influenced or not. You cannot tell. But there's something about this area. Something. And Karma, you would agree. Bellafor, not so much. Yeah, that's where we currently are situated. So if you guys, let me gather you together into the party token. Frump, there you go. Go ahead and move around. Go where you want to go.
I think we...
Can you move that token, Kyle?
See if I can. Nope. Says I lack permission.
Huh. Okay, I'll do it. That's interesting. So where are you heading? Back up this way to where? Where do you want to get?
Bjorn's gonna look around. He's gonna look to Karma and Balafor. We can teleport our way in, or we can walk down the steps. Seems to be our best option for getting into that chamber.
I think we should check the steps before we resort to using precious magic on things we could be using it for in the future.
I would agree. Let's see if we can find those steps. Yeah, Fritz, I believe we're going to find the stair.
Okay, so you're going to have to, I believe, as far as you can tell, you're going to the quickest route would be to head north from here. Back up to that big circular room. At the very least, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just as you get to this position right here, you hear what sounds like shuffling feet coming from ahead. It's echoing through this corridor, coming from this direction. As you stealthily keep moving forward, you see nothing down in this region over here on the map, except the pool and the shoreline. The water doesn't seem to be disturbed. There's something ahead. Cypher is the first to notice it as she peers around the corner here. Looking ahead, there's something there. It looks like smoke. It's some type of fog. You all pause. Bjorn, I imagine since you're second in line, you move up to take a peek yourself around that corner. As you do, you see a mist, a white mist. It's clear, and it seems to be moving towards you. It's about 10 feet away from where you're currently located. Right here in this spot, you see the edge of what looks like a creeping fog moving slowly down this corridor towards you. What do you do?
Bjorn has actually switched weapons. He has kind of tucked the blade away on his back and drawn his longsword shield as he sees the mist move toward him. He's going to sort of motion to Cypher to get behind him and stay as far behind him as she can as he raises his shield, calling out to the mist. State your purpose. And he says this in undercom.
As Cypher moves through the others to get behind the others, to the rear of the party, this mist does not acknowledge your words, but continues to get closer towards. It's about 5 feet from you right now. It's getting closer. It's about to overtake you.
Bjorn's going to pray.
What is happening? Says Labor from the back of the group. What is that mist? And it begins to envelop you, Bjorn, as you begin to drop to a knee and begin to recite litanies and prayers, litanies of heroes of Ayamode. Begin to pass your lips. Karma, you can see this mist. It's coming upon you as well now at this stage. It's beginning to obscure Bjorn almost entirely. You can still see him, but he's totally enveloped by this mist. And it's about to do so for you. Do you do anything?
Well, I wondered, as an exploration activity, do I detect magic at all?
Where you're currently located, no, nothing is pinging. No new magic.
Got it. Okay. Um, I'd like to move forward and put my hand on.
As you begin to step
Bjorn's
forward into the fog and the mist even more, you lose sight of your friends. You grab hold of the wall next to you to keep your balance. You can barely hear Bjorn as you're swallowed by this mist, and it continues to move down the corridor until it envelops all of you. You would assume Lyra as well, who's at the back of the group. You're totally engulfed in this mist. You can barely see. Are you still praying, Bjorn?
Yeah.
A good minute has gone by. Karma, you were doing something there? Were you, as you grabbed the wall, what else were you doing there?
Oh, I was reaching for Bjorn's shoulder, but I can't find him. So, can I hear him?
You can hear him. He's actually a few feet from you. He's just very obscured. And you can grab hold of his shoulder.
Try to? Yeah, that's what I would like to do.
All right, you both stand there, swallowed by this fog. Jesse's not here. All right. And as you pray and these words come out, and you recognize these words, Karma, being a follower of Ayamode yourself, a good 2 minutes pass. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes pass as you all stand still and motionless. It's cold. It's damp. At this point, Bjorn, you've recited at least a few prayers and enough litanies to annoy everyone in the companions, except maybe Karma. What do you do when you stand back up and see this fog enveloping you? You can't see very far ahead of you, but you can definitely make out the corridor and the path forward. So if you want to continue, you can do so. You can no longer see through the transparent wall, by the way. It's obscured by the fog. You'd have to really get like this, with your hands cupped around your eyes to be able to see clearly, and even then it's so foggy.
Bjorn's actually going to sheath his sword, reach into his pack for his rope, and he's going to begin to wrap Karma in the rope, and then wrap the rope around himself and kind of toss the line back. And he's going to kind of yell, "Tie yourselves together. I'll guide us through."
As you start pulling out the rope, relaying your plan to everybody gathered around that can hear you. It's hard to see everyone, especially Lyra in the back and Cypher. You pull out the rope. I need everybody to make will saves. You can make one for Velafor. These will be blind.
Usually I use the little hub, but I don't have a token to bring the hub up. So how do I do it from the character menu?
Press C.
C?
I wasn't blind. My bad.
It was a nice roll, too.
I know, right?
Okay, I need one for Karma.
How do I do it though? You said press C and then what?
Does it pull up the token or the party sheet?
Party sheet.
Okay, then you're going to have to go over to the actors directory. That little line of buttons across the
No,
top.
I have my character sheet open, but how do I make a will save from it?
Okay, you're going to click on where it says will,
Okay.
and then it should pop out a menu.
Oh, the little dice part.
Yeah,
That's tiny. I thought didn't even know it moved. And
that's
it was
what she
fine.
said.
Ah, I guess.
Jesse, we'll let Bjorn fill you in on what happened so far. Go ahead.
Okay.
Started marching down the hallway, and a very thick fog began to envelop us. Bjorn dropped to a knee and started praying quite vibrantly for like 15 minutes, and it did nothing to the fog. So, plan was we were going to tie ourselves together, and I was going to lead us out. But Fritz has asked everybody to make a will save. I believe I've done so for us.
Okay.
And yeah, this is about to get real, I feel.
Uh-oh.
Fritz, can't hear you.
You guys are enveloped by this white mist, and you stand. It's wet. It's cold, Valafor. It's unsettling. You can barely see Lyra in the back and Cypher. You can barely see anyone in this very tight, cramped corridor. You can no longer see through the transparent wall to the east. You hear Bjorn relaying plans. Everybody stand together. I'll get out the rope. We'll tie ourselves together. Just then, you all have this feeling of dread overcoming you. The hairs in the back of your neck begin to stand. Urgency is the first thought that comes to mind, Valafor. You need to move. You need to move forward. You need to move. You need to get out of this corridor. Bjorn, you begin to fumble with the rope. The urgency is overtaking you. You stand up, pausing for a second, looking back behind you to see the others. You feel desperate. You need to run. You need to run. Do you do so?
I know Bjorn's going to fight the instinct to run, trying to make sure that everybody else gets out safe.
All right, in that case, give me another will save. You specifically, since you're at the front. Should have had this card ready, sorry. All right, you, in this case, are fleeing. You immediately break out into a run. The rope is in your hand, the pouch, your backpack is also on your hand, over your shoulder, and the rest of you follow suit. You are overcome with fear. You all have the fleeing condition at this stage as you begin to run through the corridor. Everybody failed their will save. You get about maybe 10, 15 feet before suddenly, Bjorn, you're the first to feel this. You hear a rumble. You feel a vibration under your feet. The stone begins to give way. Your left foot steps forward into open air. There is no floor. You begin to fall. You lose all sense of direction. Karma, following closely behind you as well, feel nothing solid under your feet, and the rest of you, Valafor, try as you might to cling to the wall, it's to no avail. Loose rocks break free, and you fall into what seems like an abyss. After about 10, maybe 15 feet of falling straight down, and the mist is still present, everything gets black, however, and fades away. You hit something hard, like a stone surface that's arched downward, almost like a chute. And as soon as you hit it, you begin to slide violently down this chute. You can feel the walls. It's a very tight chute. It's maybe 5 feet across, and you're shooting down this thing into the blackness. Everyone make a reflex save as you try to cling onto something to break your fall, this sliding motion that seems to be carrying you down like you were being swallowed up by the vaults itself.
They should be on their way.
Yes, I got it. Bjorn, you feel a thump against your head. Everything goes black. Karma, you graze your right arm and you feel a rip and tear along your flesh. And then suddenly your head and shoulder hit something solid. It feels like it gives a little bit, like it was Bjorn. But then it hits something solid like a rock on the side of the walls, perhaps. And your body's still falling, but blackness, darkness overtakes you. Bjorn, you hear the muffled voices of your friends ahead as you tumble down this thing. Quite a distance. You no longer hear the screams of your friends as they fall and slide ahead of you. But you are fully awake. Until suddenly, all the sound, the scraping noises of falling down a stone chute dissipate and end. Valifor, you as well. Your body hits emptiness once again, and you feel like as if you're rushing straight down towards some great abyss. And suddenly, there is an impact, and you feel it. I need everybody. Karma, you're first. You are going to suffer. I have to roll this manually. You're going to take 48 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And Bjorn, you're going to take 50 points of bludgeoning damage. Valifor, you are going to take 65 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
From this impact. In addition, Bjorn, you are unconscious. Karma, you are unconscious. Valifor, soon after the impact, the crash, you hear your gear smash against the floor, the stone floor. It feels like natural stone. It's sharp, abrasive. Your hand, after the impact, moves up to grab at your axe. And as you feel it next to you and grab hold tight of it, you begin to be overtaken by the darkness. You are unconscious.
Well, that didn't go to plan.
Yeah, that went downhill fast, literally.
Bjorn, in the blackness that surrounds you, the deafness, the quiet, begins to recede. You hear chanting. Chanting as if from some great horde, some great host has been gathered of soldiers. As your eyes begin to open, you can see in front of you dozens of soldiers, dressed in black, serpentine-like armor. Your eyes immediately catch sight close by to you to this one individual, astride a great beast, a scaly beast. You see this feminine warrior, armed in a scale-like armor, sitting atop it. Her head is bare. It's twilight. You can see her flesh. Torches are lit amongst this host. You look up at this maiden astride this beast. Her hair is long, black as a raven. In fact, on her shoulder is a raven. And it begins to take flight. And as it does so, your eyes begin to follow this raven. And you can see its silhouette fading into the skyline. But as your eyes trace its direction and its movement, you see before you what looks like a burning village. There, a house close by, maybe 50 feet from you, you see some of your fellow compatriots rushing to get inside this building. What do you do at this stage?
Bjorn's gonna try to very angrily and painfully roll to his back and try to reach for his longsword and pull it, drawing it before he stands up, trying to move close to the house.
You're no longer laying down, you're standing up. Do you begin to move towards the house?
Yeah, but I'm gonna look at the figure astride the beast, if I can recognize her.
Go ahead and make a perception roll. You don't recognize the face. She's stunning. She's also very powerful looking. Almost a masculine structure to her face, but somehow she is quite beautiful. Powerful and dominating. Her eyes immediately turn and make contact with you. And without movement of her lips, you hear the voice of command. To the house. Retrieve them. You feel compelled to move as quickly as you can towards the house with your sword drawn. Your legs begin to move towards the house. Your eyes focus on this house. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. You are at the door. The house is surrounded. Other houses close by burn. You can smell it in the air. As you peer into this lit room, you see an odd sight. You see another woman, dressed in similar armor. She has a sword out. There is a man she's fighting with. They're exchanging blows left and right. The man looks unprepared. He looks like he's defending his home. A few swift blows later, the man receives a sharp sword through the side of his torso. Blood immediately begins pouring from the wound. He falls forward into the arms of this female warrior, who pushes him off into the floor. He collapses. Without haste, she steps over the body and begins running up the steps. You see a young girl coming down the steps at the same time. She pays no heed and moves past the girl to go up the steps. You hear your compatriots around you. They begin to throw torches into the room as if to catch it on fire. One steps forward. No, wait, not now. Wait until we leave. And quickly extinguishes the fire. Do you do anything at this stage?
I'm gonna burst into the house and run up the stairs after the individual.
You do. You pass by the little girl and leave her behind. You run up the steps to see the woman coming towards you. She's rushing towards you. We have them. We must leave at once. Come! And in her arms, she's carrying a young girl. One with blonde hair. And she begins to make her way down the steps. You feel compelled to follow. You do so, obediently. And as you make your way out of the door, you move towards the host that is gathered in front of this village. This powerful figure of a woman, a leader. You hear her voice in your head. The deed is done. The place must be burned. And all at once you stop and you turn, and you see your friends, your compatriots, I should say. With torches gathered in their hands, some of them begin to advance forward, setting alight the village. Others follow behind with sword, killing those that might be in the streets. You hear screams of terror. You hear the cutting and slashing of flesh from steel. "20 feet in front of you, the house you just vacated, you see this young girl, still in her sleeping garb, rush out. She has blonde hair as well. She's young and she's screaming, and she runs straight towards you. She gets about 10 feet, 5 feet from you, Bjorn, and you look down. I need you to make a perception check.
That should have been blind. Sorry.
Boy, how many windows do I have open here? Where's my thing? There we go. There's something very familiar about this young girl's face. You've seen her before. And with that, there was a great roar of men in steel on shields. As the men, as you turn around and look, you hear them clanking their shields and chanting. Some type of battle cry, perhaps. You're not sure. And it's just then that you begin to wonder, what am I doing here? What is this? Looking down at your sword, you see that it's not familiar. This is not a blade you're familiar with. Looking down at your tabard and your shield, you recognize it. It's your family's crest. The heraldry is your own. Looking back, torches are lit around this host of soldiers, and you can see the banners. Some of them you don't recognize. But one particular banner you do recognize, one close to where you stood. It is the banner of House Helvrix. Your family. But it is not you. It's not you, Bjorn. The blackness returns and slowly begins to close in on you. The scene begins to fade. Velafor, it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. It's restful. It's peaceful. Ah, Otari, it's good to be home again. You stretch out under the sun, feeling its warmth. Makes you want to worship Seren Ray. Life is good. Karma, you feel an excruciating pain in the back of your head. Your hand reaches up to grab it. You can feel it. Ah. You feel pain in your right shoulder where you hit something on the way down. Your eyes open. And you see in front of you a natural cave that's flickering with some type of light. You feel warmth near your feet. And as your eyes begin to open, you see a fire close by. It's cooking. You smell the cooking of fresh meat, in fact. There, sitting at the fire, you see a white-robed individual, a young, youthful-looking man. You're about to say something, your lips part. Just then you hear a loud snoring noise, and as you look to your right, there you see your fellow adventurer, Valifor, laying on his back, his equipment strewn about like he had fallen. He's snoring away. You look to your left, and you see Bjorn, his body strewn, laid out. He looks somewhat comfortable. Don't worry about your friends. I have seen to their wounds. My name is Eleanor. Can I tend to your wounds? How do you feel right now? And as he turns, saying this, you could see on his robe a symbol of Ayamode. What do you do?
Rubbing her shoulder a little, breathing just to kind of get the light in the room more in focus. She'll turn to Eleanor, first very clearly recognizing the sigil of Ayamode upon his clothing, and she'll feel relieved. It's very obvious that she feels safe as she smiles to him and nods a little. I could use a little bit of a touch-up.
Yes, of course. I have tended to your friends. You took a terrible fall, it seems. I've gathered up your equipment as well. I don't think anything was lost, but was there any more of you? There's only 3 of you I see here. I get the impression there was more.
She'll look around and think back on it and go, we're missing 2? 2. They're not anywhere to be seen? You haven't seen them at all?
Only you 3, and I recovered you, not far from here.
Maybe they woke up before you found us.
Well,
How long has it been?
it's been a good 3 hours. You've been laying here, that one over there, and he looks and points towards Valifor. Constant snoring. I don't know how you could tolerate him.
with a little laugh, she'll kind of look over to him and kind of nod, reach out and kind of shake his shoulder a little bit to try to get him to snoring. Valifor.
What's going on? He quick jumps up, seeing himself in a compromised position. He quickly gathers his equipment. Is ready to fight, seeing the stranger. He's not sure what's going on. Feels blood coming from the back of his head from the fall. He's not quite sure.
Valifor.
Who are you?
And this gentleman here, Eleanor, he rushes over to you. Come, my friend, come. Your moment is soon. And as he puts his hand on your forehead, you begin to feel lightheaded and compelled to lay back. And as you do so, your eyes close once again. You will be fine. Ayamode will watch over you. And you fall silent.
Apologies.
You fall silent. Now as for you, your name, I don't think I got it.
Oh, I'm a little confused. I'm so sorry. I am a cleric of Ayamode myself. My name is Karma, Sunseeker.
Yes, I see that. I see that by your emblem that you have on your chest. Well, welcome.
Our goddess smiles upon us today. Truly
Yes.
saved us.
Yes, she
Thank
does.
you.
She does smile upon us, and his hand reaches out to grab your wrist, and his other hand on top of your knuckles. And you feel the warmth of someone devoted to one of the gods. You feel the comfort The fear that you had before in falling and tumbling, what might have been your own death, seems to be averted. You feel very comfortable and safe here. There is no fear. Ayamode's presence is strong. We have some things to discuss, my dear. Come close to the fire. And you as well feel compelled to come close to the fire, and you do so.
Okay.
And you can see there's some fried meats. He's got in a little skillet that he takes off and sets on a rock next to him. We shall enjoy this later. For now, I need you to take this. And he reaches inside of his cowl, or his robe, I mean, and he pulls out what looks like a white rock, a stone. And on it you can see carved into this stone is the symbol of Ayomode. The same exact symbol as on your chest. And he hands it to you. It's your turn now. Your time has come. And he reaches to place it in your hand. Do you take it willingly?
Yes, I take it curiously.
Curiously and willingly, you take the stone in not one but both of your hands and you cup it so that you can't even see it. As if compelled to do so, you draw it close to your breast. Your head tilts to the ground and your eyes begin to close. As if you were doing some ritual you instinctively fall upon. You hear some words coming from the individual across from you, this Eleanor, as you do so, and your head bows. You begin to mimic the very same words. Yes, your time. It is now, Karma. Your body immediately feels weightless. It feels like bliss. Quite contrasting from what you felt previously. As you recite these words and come out of your mouth, the prayers that begin to naturally come from you, you feel the stone in your hands begin to warm. And as you open up your hands, revealing it, you can see that there is this light blue glow all around this white stone. It's emanating from the rune image itself. Your eyes are barely open at this point, but you can see it. Everything else fades from view, as if darkness surrounds you except for the light of this stone. And as you begin to focus naturally on this, the scene changes. Your eyes begin to focus on an image of a great warrior. A very tall, powerful-looking man. You can only see the silhouette of this individual as it somehow begins to get closer and closer and larger, as if you were zooming in on the scene. It begins to get brighter. Colors begin to reveal themselves. And you see this individual standing with a great axe in his hands. Before him is an individual laid prostrate on the ground, arms, legs staked into place. He looks down on this individual. He's a menacing looking individual. Suddenly, you hear a hissing noise. It's coming from the left. You immediately turn and You don't see anything but darkness, but you can hear something piercing through the darkness. Hiss! For the crimes you have committed, you are sentenced to death. Speaking of the one prostrate on the ground, the individual hovering above him begins to walk to the right, around the other side of this individual prostrate on the ground, to the point where he is standing at the head of this prostrate individual. You can see him clearly. This large, imposing individual with a beard. Heraldry adorns his tabard, chain mail beneath. Give me a perception check. No, give me a recall knowledge society. Blind.
Me?
You.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right. Also give me a perception check, blind. This one should be easy. Okay. From the flickers of light, you see this individual with the axe begin to raise it high over his head, as if to deliver a fatal blow to this individual, who seems totally awake, eyes wide open, wearing no clothing whatsoever. A male human. As the axe is raised over his head, a few seconds pause, and then with a sudden cut through the air, this axe comes down and almost whistles as it makes impact on this individual's head and chest. It's a very large axe. And you hear the sickening splat of steel cutting through flesh and bone. Some of the blood splats against your face. As close as you are, you can feel the wetness of it. Its warmth. It begins to trickle like tears down your face. One blow is all it took to split this individual from the chest up. The axe is gruesomely pulled from the body. The sickening sound. And the individual immediately pulls out a cloth and begins wiping the blade. The deed is done. We are now closer. And then you see what looks like dozens of these serpents, these snakes, begin to slither up towards the body and begin to cover it, its arms, its chest. Some begin to get into the wound itself, exposed as it is, until the body itself is just consumed from view by these slithering snakes, black serpents. Give me a will save. In this darkness, suddenly you see a pinprick of light from beyond this scene, slightly above bird's eye. And it begins to grow. And it begins to go from white into a golden color. And it begins to light the whole area. And as it does so, you pick up some of the details that's revealed to you. You see that there's not just one of these serpent folk individuals to your left, but it looks like there are dozens and dozens of them in the distance surrounding this whole scene, including yourself and this individual with the axe. You also notice something. Something about the axe you've seen before. There's something familiar about it. And as the light grows and the scene begins to brighten, everything around begins, the snakes, the serpents, they begin to hiss. A foul hiss. The individual with the axe begins to turn, and as he faces the light, he begins to cover his eyes and start to step back away from the body. All the snakes that were covering the body begin to pull away, revealing the flesh, the dying flesh of this individual that was sacrificed, slain before your very eyes, revealing it once again to you. The light is pushing back the darkness. You feel its presence. It gets brighter and brighter for you. It feels comforting. Ayamote's presence is strong. And it begins to envelop you. And just then, that scene of sacrifice disappears. The blackness is gone. And there's a flash. Boom. A blinding light appears and consumes you. The scene is no more. I need you to make a will check. Sorry, there's lots of them here. It's like make another will save.
I don't mind at all.
Get that roll. This is an important one, Karma. It's important. All of a sudden, the scene completely changes. From darkness and death and slithering doom, you find yourself surrounded by light. Statues, porcelain-like statues surround you, bearing golden shields, golden swords. Great warriors, maybe a dozen of them, surround you. They're huge, they're giant, they're like 20 plus feet. Straight ahead of you, maybe it's hard to judge distance, but maybe 50 feet. It looks like there is this plinth that rises maybe 10 feet. And on top of this, it looks like some type of throne. And seated in this throne, you see someone with porcelain skin, a golden shield at her side, and a great long sword, also in gold, on the opposite. Her face is looking straight at you. What do you do?
I immediately lower my eyes and I get down on one knee facing.
You lowered your eyes, did you say?
I lower my eyes so I'm not looking at her with respect, and I kneel down before her.
As your eyes avert the gaze of this individual, suddenly you hear a voice, almost like it's right next to you on your ear, whispering. need you. Your time is here. Your friends, they wait for you.
Yes, I'll do all you say. My goddess. How can I help my friends?
This will be revealed to you soon. And suddenly you feel a warmth all over your body. Your eyes barely open. There is another flash. Boom. You hear the crackle of fire in front of you once again. You feel the dampness, the heaviness of your own body. The dampness in the air. Your eyes begin to open. You see the white stone. You see the glow of the rune begin to fade slowly. You hear the crackle of the fire in front of you. You feel a comforting hand on your shoulder. And as you reach up to grab hold of it, your eyes look up and you see staring at you this youthful individual, this individual who helped you and your friends. Are you all right, my dear? What did you see? He says to you.
With a kind of a moan, she kind of looks over and she goes, Eleanor, I saw Ayamode.
You saw Ayamode?
I'm positive it was her. And she tries to sit up.
Then you were one of the lucky ones. And of course, Ayamode is one of the very few gods to have ascended to godhood. Once human, she was a paladin. She had served as a paladin. And is now ascended to godhood. So yes, she was... Images of her are well known. And in your case, you would have recognized the face staring at you as Ayamode. So, in your heart, yeah, you saw her.
Yeah. Which is awesome. She'll look over. Is Bjorn and Valifor still sleeping?
The moment is abruptly shattered with a as Valifor is breaking out into a horrendous roar of a snore. And of course Bjorn also is restful, not snoring, but he's also there as well. Your friends will be well. What did Ayamode say to you?
It's about my friends. They need me. My time is here. My friends, they wait for me.
As soon as you say that, there was a strange cackling noise, like something is laughing at you from the distance. It's not coming from the individual, but there's a strange ethereal laughter. Brief. And you stop and you look around, and it must have come from the one corridor behind you. There's another corridor ahead of you, only ways out that you can see. But yeah, you heard something laugh. Oh, don't mind that, says Eleanor. That's just my servant. He helps set up my camp, and he's in the darkness now. He's fetching some things for us. For I fear you might have to stay here at least a little longer. We will have more food for you and your friends.
It doesn't look like they're gonna go anywhere anytime soon, and we still need to find the rest of our companions who got lost in our fall.
You do.
So you're right. We must stay for a while.
So if you have any questions specifically for this individual, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we can move this forward a little bit. But if there's any questions for him, he seems to be all caught up in making the food, and he's now that he knows that you're okay, and definitely touched of Iomode.
There is a question.
What's that?
What exactly is this orb?
The stone?
Does she know?
The stone. You're talking about the stone.
The little stone orb that glowed blue.
Which he quickly takes back.
Oh, gotcha.
That is a prayer stone. Only the most experienced of our priesthood utilize them. Perhaps you've not learned of them just yet, but only those in the cloistered life utilize them. We use them to communicate with Iomode. It's through these stones that Iomode can answer prayers and reveal things to people. And perhaps that's what's happened to you. I felt the need to give this to you, at least temporarily.
I understand. Thank you. I was curious.
You are welcome.
I have no further questions other.
Meeting adjourned. In that case, what we'll do is we're going to bump ahead some time here. Everybody's going to get 20 hit points back healing. In addition to this, Bjorn, you do eventually awaken. You have some nice food prepared, some cooked meat and some dry bread and water. No wine or anything like that, but you do have some water that greets you as you waken up. Valafor, you likewise awaken to this decent meal. Feeling a little bit rough, and you got a pain on your head and everything else. Not sure what happened and how you got here. You're having this great dream laying back in Otari under the summer sun. It was so good to have the armor off. But alas, it was but a dream. So, the individual's still here at the fire. If you have any questions for him, feel free to ask. He takes care of you. You've got some food. Feel free to discuss your next move. All right?
Yeah, as Bjorn sort of wakes up, he very much wakes up like a lion. He sort of pivots and jumps out of his cot, sort of reaching for his longsword, shouting all the time, "Run to me, girl! I'll protect you!" He's sort of looking around frantically, like he's still not all with it. Very kind of pinpoint, kind of shouting about, loud enough where it could have woken Valafor, I suppose. Doesn't seem to be all there yet.
What's going on? I was actually having a day off for once. I guess we're back at it. What happened?
Everyone is still frantically calling out to that girl to run to him, kind of desperately looking around to find her.
You religious types confuse me. I never know what you're thinking or what you're doing. There's no girl here.
Well,
Just Karma.
And Karma walks in because she definitely is here now, and she'll walk over to Bjorn and try to put her hand on his shoulder, and she'll start saying like a one of her prayers that she knows he has said before to try to calm him down.
So go here. I saw a battle.
You were dreaming. You were asleep. Took a really bad hit on your head.
It was not a dream. I was there. Town cut down. Civilian.
It's all right. Come on, we've got some food. We've got some water. There's someone I need you to meet. His name is Eleanor. He saved you guys.
Thank you for me, but I must press on.
Valafor, as you woke up, you reach around for your axe. And you feel it underneath your body. It's there. It has not gone missing. And you feel very relieved as you reach down and grab its haft and pull it back towards your body. Karma, you see this. And you're immediately startled and reminded of the image you just saw.
Oh, hey, Valathor.
Yes.
Something caught my attention just about your axe there. Can I get a closer look at it?
Sure. Be careful.
So, getting a closer look at it, she'll kind of she won't grab it. She won't take it from him, but as he shows her.
Oh, you'd never take it from him. Be careful with Blackheart. This is a trusted weapon of mine.
Does it look similar to the other axe that I saw at a glance?
At a glance, it startles you. It looks precisely like the same axe. Valafor, how do you respond to this? She looks like she's eyeing recognition when she looks at this axe that you found within the Abomination vaults. What is your response to that?
This axe has been with me for a long time. No one else has had this but me. I keep it close, always. You've seen this before. I don't know how.
You feel something dark about this axe. You definitely know it's magical. It has magical properties. You sense that, Karma, easily. Valafor acknowledges that. But there's something you're picking up about this that maybe he hasn't. So, how deep are you looking at this axe, Karma? I mean, you definitely recognize it. Do you want to go beyond that? Any kind of look closer type of things going here?
Yeah, if I could do like a look closer at, see if there's any. Maybe I'll see if he'll let me hold it. So just see how heavy it is, because I saw the other one split somebody in two.
Do you do so, Valafor?
No. Valafor is very protective of his axe. It says you can look at it, but you cannot hold it. This is mine.
Can you split
Nothing against
somebody
you, but I can't get rid of it, ever.
No, but then if I can't hold it, that's fine. I'm no expert. You are obviously the expert here. But do you think that axe in anybody's hands could split somebody in two?
This axe can only be wielded by me. If somebody was split in two, it's because I split them in two. This axe is always with me.
That can't be. That's not true. That can't be possible. I had a vision where I saw somebody else holding what I believe is that axe.
I don't know. But I've always known this axe to be with me. It's always been there.
And it's a solid axe. It's a strong axe. The haft itself, Valafor. It's grooved. It's got like these a winding groove that goes all the way from the bottom. At its base is a skull, and then there's just this winding going up all along its haft, and right near its head it gets quite ornate. And right before it gets to the left and right sides of the blade, it's connected to the blade with a solid shaft, but along the left and right side there's like these limbs that extend to the blade base, almost like a tree. And right at the top, you notice something that you've never noticed before. At the top of this spiraling haft, right where the branches break off, there is an image of a face. A serpent-like face. And you see 2 eyes carved into it. And the serpent face coming down, and you see a small tongue coming down a little bit off the top. You've never noticed that before. It's like carved into the haft itself. And it's just then that you notice that these spirals all along the haft are actually a serpent's body wound around this haft. At the base is a skull, which seems to be almost covered with a moss-like texture.
This face on the axe I've never seen before. Do you recognize it as anything?
Getting a closer look at that.
That would require, if you let her touch it and actually manipulate it, I'll allow her a check to recall knowledge.
Yeah, I'll hold it in front of her and she can do what she needs to do.
All right, it'd be a little bit more difficult, but Karma, give me a religion check.
Okay.
Or occult. Either one, whichever's highest. Bjorn, what are you doing all this time? Still contemplating?
Actually, no. Bjorn has moved over to Elran. Seems I have you to thank for my wounds being tended to.
You are
Appreciate
welcome. You are welcome. I see you as well are a servant of Ayamode. You are a brother.
I was a soldier before. What do you know of this place? How did you come to be here?
I felt drawn. I am led by Ayamode. I seek wherever justice and honor is to be promoted. I am led there. I somehow found myself wandering these caves. And it's a good thing for you that I was.
Indeed. I was wondering if you knew anything about the Godlight.
Not much, I'm afraid. But I do know a few things. Before we get into that, you were making a... Oh, yes. Karma, this is a symbol. The skull with the moss. This is a symbol of... what's the name? I forgot the deity.
Nembala?
Nimbaloth. The skull with moss. Decay, natural decay, death, that kind of thing. Belcor is rumored to have served Nimbaloth. That skull at the base of this axe is Nimbaloth's symbol. You're sure of it?
I will let him know.
It seems
Nimbleoth.
Valafor, Nimbeloth seems to be in your life. Everywhere you turn.
Even now with my axe, Nimbleoth has its grips. This evil deity needs to be stopped.
Nimbeloth
I
isn't
think
evil.
Well,
Belcora probably, but not Nimbeloth. Nimbeloth is as neutral as you can get.
maybe there's something to do with that. Maybe Nimbleoth is on our side. It's hard to say. Such a fickle god.
Perhaps. So, there's just something about that axe. We'll see. Should we join Bjorn?
And Bjorn, you're in conversation with this individual, recognizing a fellow follower of Ayamode. This individual seems much more knowledgeable than you. You're kind of new to the whole thing after all. But, what would you like to know, my friend?
That's Jeff. But Bjorn's going to actually, as Carm and Valvor approach, Bjorn's going to actually reach into his nape of his neck and pull out a amulet. It's not at all based on Ayamode's symbology. It's something different. Takes it off and he presents it to Elran. Do you know of this symbol?
Which one is this?
That's the necklace of. It's got the raven on it, I believe.
Oh, the raven. I don't even remember that. Let me look at your thing here. Blah, 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 blah.
It was the heraldry symbol.
Vaguely remember. I don't see it on your thing here. Where did you get it? Was it the pendant that Frey had?
No, this is something different.
When did you get this?
His mother gave it to him before he left. Kind of why he's in the Starstone Isle.
Oh, that's something you just put in your backstory?
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. It's a wonderful looking. Where did you get this?
My mother gave it to me before I left.
A family heirloom, I see. Is it magical?
I have no inclination to understand if it is magical or not.
And Karma doesn't sense any new magic.
Okay.
Of course, you've had this on you for a long time, but she don't know of it. The question is, what is this emblem to you, Bjorn? I'm not sure you gave him your name, but anyway, he seems to know it. So what does it mean to you, this emblem that you show him?
Bjorn sort of exhales loudly. From what little I know of it. Death, dishonor. What do you know? Perhaps you could tell me the truth of this.
Thought I read something in your backstory about your mom. I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. I see it now. What did you ask him there the second time?
Bjorn was basically asking what he knew about it.
Yeah, he's not recognize it, but he does look to you and say, what does this mean to you? And I guess you're not sure how to reply to that. But he shows no recognition. It just looks like a interesting family heirloom passed down to you. How wonderful. But what does it mean to you, Bjorn?
Dang. My family.
I see. You carry a heavy burden.
Yeah.
And this is partially why you have chosen Ayamode to follow.
Please forgive me for what I have done. What my family has done here in this gauntlet. Will I ever find absolution for them? They served evil.
And as you say these words, his face turns towards Karma, who has now approached the fire, and you can hear Bjorn speaking of Ayamode ancestors. He's clutching something in his hand you've never seen before. You don't know what it might be, but he's kind of hiding it as you approach the fire, Karma. You hear and see this.
Alright. I'll walk in, sit down, but I don't want to interrupt their conversation, so I'll kind of just sit there for a minute.
Bjorn, you're fully aware of Karma's presence now. Close by.
He will still look to Elran as if he was waiting an answer.
He doesn't reveal anything.
After sitting there awkwardly for a moment, in the silence, she'll break it by saying,
Yes, please.
What is that, Bjorn? What's that you got there?
What you got there, buddy? What you hiding?
Yeah. What is it?
It's a necklace that's done through my family.
Oh, so like an heirloom.
So
I
Bjorn
have
will
one.
sort of approach the fire and present the amulet to her. It's not at all, very crisp or clean like the heraldry of Iomade. This is kind of very dark, gritty.
Mm.
Message,
Somebody.
DM me one thing, Kyle. I need to know one thing.
Yes.
DM me if this has anything to do with... Well, I'll DM you.
Okay.
Let me do that real quick.
Karma will just kind of get it, nod a little bit. I understand the need to have a remembrance upon you. I too have an heirloom from my father. My sword here.
Doesn't remember these.
Oh, I apologize. I just assumed.
All right. Go ahead and give me a Recall Knowledge Society roll. This will be difficult because it's kind of tarnished and worn. Not necessarily something easy to know a lot about.
Mm.
So the DC will be pretty high on this.
Oh,
Society.
there it is.
Perhaps it's a family crest. of sorts. Represents a family, but you don't recognize it. Never heard of it before.
Mm-hmm. So, we're going to be stuck in this gauntlet for a while. There's no reason why we can't get to know each other a little better. If it's not a remembrance for which some you keep it for, what is the item that you keep on you for?
It's a reminder of what I have to do.
That's fair enough. I don't want to cry. I'm glad to see you using a longsword again.
Yes, but the glaive is rather empty.
I think you should have the glaive anointed or cleansed before you use such a filthy thing.
Perhaps. So I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. She looks extremely pleased.
And Bjorn will sort of tuck the amulet away.
Okay.
So it would seem that we have a long way to go. A lot of hidden. I saw a vision. Sounds like you did as well.
I did see a vision. She's extremely excited about it. She kind of pops up a little bit. She starts pacing back and forth a little bit. I'll tell you all about it, but I don't know. So
I will tell you mine, and you can judge me as you wish.
I'm not going to go through the process of telling you all about it. I'm just going to tell you that I told you all about it.
Okay, gotcha.
Because we just did that, so. But yeah, she'll just excitedly explain to you like what happened in the dream, or the not the dream, but the vision that she experienced, and that she talked to Ayamode, and she's like really excited about that. And she'll add in that she takes it as a point of pride to be able to guide him on his way to being closer to Ayamode.
Be closer to our mode. I have to first bury the past.
I feel like burying the past is one thing, but showing the past honor, that is what Ayamode would want.
So, Bjorn, as you get into this conversation more with Karma, there's a certain point where you're going to make a perception. So make a blind perception roll for me. Something noticeable, perhaps? Every once in a while, you peer up in conversation with Karma. And it dawns on you. This face that you look upon, the hair, is very familiar. Very familiar. But how could this be?
I think it's time that I tell you a story.
All right.
Well, I had my vision. I woke near a woman, top of a beast, the heraldry. Spoke in my mind, run into a building, and stopped myself back. I ran inside it. Killed a man, then ran up the stairs. I burst through and forward. She met me down the stairs carrying a girl. Blonde hair. Outside they were chanting. You know, I recognized everything. It's House Hellrix.
Is that a name Karma might?
No. That's what your society check was before. You didn't recognize it.
Okay.
Recognized the battles. They served a great evil. And he kind of gives a dramatic pause to see if you guys are gonna, put it together about for Karma.
So, Valiforia, you're listening in on all this, right?
Yep.
If you want to do a society check, recall knowledge, you can do that too, since you're listening in, to see if some of these things ring a bell.
That's where.
Since you were laying in the sun in Atari, not a care in the world. Somebody must have passed a will save falling down that corridor, I'll tell you.
Hey Fritz, do you mind if I message you something?
Yes,
as like
please
a
do.
private question. Okay.
Please do. So far, Valifor, none of this is ringing a bell. It's just gibberish as far as you're concerned. Somebody's boohoo family story or something. You don't know.
Nothing's ringing a bell with me, Bjorn.
No, you're all caught up with the axe, though. That's something new. You didn't notice the connection to Nimbaloth, this, not sword, but the axe has. And the fact that it's a serpent wrapped around what looks like a tree. Now that you look at it, that's the haft of this axe. There's a freaking serpent in this thing. What kind of evil weapon is this? But it's yours. It's your evil weapon. Yeah, you never noticed that before. There is a connection. And evidently, Karma had a vision of this very same axe. She shared this information with everyone. This axe was used to execute somebody. This axe was wielded by a very tall, great man with a beard. Someone who wore a chain and a tabard. Somehow a servant of these serpentine folk. Who that individual was not recognizable to her. Nothing was recognizable other than the
Maybe
size
next time
and the weapon.
I'm in town, I'll have to ask Rin. Maybe she knows something about this.
Perhaps. And of course, she revealed that information to you as well, Bjorn. As you are now revealing information about your little dream that you had.
But as Valifor kind of butts in that he doesn't recognize it, you see Bjorn kind of withdraw a little bit emotionally. Like
Your
he's
vision.
He's sort of cutting himself off from his emotions for a moment.
Karma's kind of standing there. It's like she's trying to think of something. She's got that look on her face like she's trying to put something together. And when you say the sound, when you were in the vision, you mentioned where everyone was doing like a battle cry, chanting, right? She kind of just
He
stopped.
hasn't got there yet.
You did, didn't you?
No, I was waiting to see if you guys were going to piece together about who his family served.
Didn't the last thing you said is that you left the house and there was chanting? Maybe I didn't hear you properly.
No, we went into the house.
Oh, okay. So forget I said anything then. Never
Yeah.
mind. She's just kind of something sounds like something feels like she's trying to piece something together, but it's not fitting quite right.
It's about to. Yeah, Bjorn sort of withdraws from his emotions a bit. House Helric served the very maker of this place. And a
So
woman
cool.
saw the vision standing outside, soldiers clad in armor, chanting, beating their shield. I looked to my left, I saw a little girl, flowing blonde hair, screaming, running. She was within an arm's reach of me. I couldn't move. Couldn't. I tried to call out to her. I'd seen her before somewhere.
So mention the chanting. Karma
Was
has
you?
a 1,000-year stare kind of going on. like something kind of clicked with her a little bit. She's just kind of listening as you speak, as if you look at her, she's like she's kind of replaying something through her own mind. And then she looks back up to Bjorn, and she asks, "What happened to the girl?"
Oh, he was right there. And it faded. But I'd recognize this girl. So do you, Bellafor. You're looking at her.
Valifor reaches a hand out, puts it on Bjorn's shoulder, says to him, "The answers to all our problems lie deeper in the godlight, I'm sure. We must move forward. We want answers. To protect Otari, we must move on. I fear that waiting here much longer may put more lives in danger."
I came here to bury the dishonor of my family's deeds. Wipe it clean.
Well, who is your family?
Elric's house Elric.
You. Oh. And Karma's gonna take a couple steps backwards. Just instinctually. And kind of lean against the wall a little bit. And she'll kind of be under her breath. She'll just be kind of mumbling a prayer about to Ayamode for a moment, while she kind of thinks a little of this through.
Oh, Valifor, you know the truth. You may judge me harshly if you so feel.
And of course, what he describes is an event that had to have happened 500 years ago. Before any of you were a thought. When Belcora was alive and ruling, and her servants were constructing the Gauntlet Tower itself, and its surrounding structures. Those early days before even Otari existed. So keep in mind, this is me talking as the GM, keep in mind the time that we're talking here. Okay? You know, Karma, you know what you know and what you saw. I mean, how does that figure in time compared to what he is describing from his dream? How does the time thing work here? What is he describing? Was he seeing this as himself? Was he seeing this as an ancestor? Keep that in mind, Bjorn. Because in some cases, these events happened 500 years ago.
Yep.
In others, they happened just maybe 10, 20 years ago. So you'd figure this out through the conversation.
So Karma's gonna finally look over, looking a little bit calmer, trying to stay a little bit feet flat on the ground. So you, Bjorn, saw a vision in which your house was burning down my childhood village.
Villages and, well, your ancestors. They all look like you.
And somehow my axe has something to do with all this too, because it was in your vision as well.
My vision.
How old is this?
Well, my vision.
Yes. So, as you try and figure out the timing of all this, keep in mind, well, as this is pointed out, Eleanor has been listening to your conversation. And he interjects at a certain stage when you look most perplexed. And he begins, Ayamori has brought you all together. I can see that now. For what purpose, yet to be decided, to determined, I do not know. But evidently you are all very important in the eyes of the gods. And the work you do here. I can tell you this. That what evil lies within this godlight that I've found myself within. It stretches far from here as well. I can tell you that even your fellow companions at this very moment are no longer in Otari, but they're heading north, across the great inner sea, to the demon-infested lands of Cheliax. There is more going on here than perhaps you know. But I think more is being revealed to you. What role Belcora plays in this, I do not know. She has died many hundreds of years ago, felled by the Rose Guard. I do not know. But I can see the gods are at work here, gathering the heroes together. I can hope. This I know. So, as the conversation goes on and time goes by, at this point, you all have give yourself a full rest. In fact, Karma, if you want to redo your spells, do that too. That's what you're gaining from this. So you've got your
Okay.
full hit points are back. Is what I mean to say. Your full hit points back. So max out your hit points. Remove any conditions you were suffering. And yeah, if you have spells, you can redo those as well at the conclusion of this. But if there's any questions you have for him, let it be known.
Bjorn would sort of sling his bag over his shoulder, kind of securing his longsword. Well, let's go see if we can find answers.
Just make some notes, about these dreams or visions you had here and observations in the case of Valifor. Make some notes about that. Because I love to put clues in my stuff, so keep all that stuff in mind. Whether this was just inspirational visions or things that have happened or whatever, who's to say? But Elinar's convinced that, Ayamode is at play here, revealing to you things that you need to know. So if you have anything else to say, he recommends you lay down and get some more sleep. Your bellies are full right now. Quite full. You feel pretty good after that, actually. Every once in a while, you hear shuffling of feet coming from the corridor and some cackling laughter. Like some fae is watching you from the distance. But you never see them. And you're assured, Eleanor assures you that that's his servant, who's keeping watch for us and gathering things to keep the fire going. You haven't seen the individual. Just the laughter. And it feels like maybe 6 or 7 hours have passed. Well, maybe 4 hours have passed. He recommends you just lay down for a few more hours and rest and relax. We'll keep watch. We'll have some more food, actually, when you get done, and then you can be on your way. So if you're good with that, we can move on. If you have any more questions, feel free.
I'm
What was the name of that little guy, that Fey guy that was helping us out?
You would
Before.
you would know about him. That's Ronaldo.
Yeah. Do I recognize the laughing as Ronaldo's laugh? I mean, it would kind of make sense that it's him.
Were you there when they encountered him?
No,
You just heard about him.
I heard about it.
Were you in the tower? I think you were. Were you in the gauntlet, the upper lighthouse where the light was? Didn't you spend a night there?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
And miraculously a meal was provided for everybody? This was back when Elias was with the group.
Yep, Valifor was there.
I'm going to give you a perception check on this, but it's going to be difficult. Because I think there's a chance you might recognize the laughter, but it's going to be hard. Okay. So give me a blind perception check. Make it public, because it's fun. $29.
I'm in clutch when I need them.
Let me double check. I want to make sure I got my DC right here. I'll give it to you in this case. It sounds like a particular fae you've heard of, and may have actually heard a familiar cackle from before. The individual known as Ronaldo. Make of that what you will.
Well, Valthor is going to say, Ronaldo, I know you're there. Make yourself known.
Let me see. You hear a voice down one of the corridors. Huh? Oh, no!
Come on, Ronaldo. Come on out of the shadow. We know you're there. I recognize that laugh anywhere.
There's a silence, and then Eleanor speaks up. Come out, Ronaldo. It seems the jig is up. You hear a sigh come from the corridor. You hear shuffling feet. Let's see, do I have a picture of Ronaldo here in my thingamajiggy? I don't think Karma's ever seen Ronaldo.
I have not.
Let me see. Stepping out of the corridor. Of course, this is a little bit of a fanciful picture.
Oh my.
But you see this little gnome in stature gentleman come out of the shadows, the darkness, and he has a long hat and a big, messy white beard. I see. He reaches up and he takes his hat off. And actually, his hat is like a big, wide-brimmed hat with a big feather in it. Not necessarily a pointy little hat like this. And he pulls it off his head, and he pulls it across his body, and he takes a very deep bow. I am Ronaldo. How can I be of service to you? And he looks straight at you, Karma. I have not seen you before. Who would you be? Would you be the one they call Karma?
She's very surprised by that. All of a sudden taken aback.
You know this one, Karma.
Okay, yeah, that's me. I'm Karma. Nice to meet you, little.
You can call me Ronaldo, please.
Ronaldo.
Yes, that is me. Indeed, it's me. And he begins to step forward, closer to you, the group.
What's a gnome doing down here?
What is a human like you doing down here, might I ask?
Well, listen, Ronaldo. You've helped us before.
Help?
Maybe you can help us again.
Help?
Yeah, you gave us a meal.
You helped me.
You helped us along.
I didn't help
Well,
you. You were helping
well,
me.
Perhaps you owe us now.
Maybe.
What do you know of these visions that we just had?
Perhaps I've paid you already. Or not. And he starts to
Do you know?
dance over to the fire, taking a seat and grabbing a piece of meat. And he crosses his legs and folds his arms over his waist, and he's got a big piece of meat, and he's chewing on it, and he's rocking back and forth, looking at you, listening. Please, go on. Oh, this is good. Thank you very much, Eleanor.
Bjorn, Karma, tell him what you saw. He may know answers. And what of this axe? What can you tell me?
Oh, that's a nasty-looking axe. Keep it away from me. I don't want it.
You know anything of this Nimbleoth symbol on the tip?
Nimbleoth is everywhere. It doesn't surprise me that it's on your axe, even. That foul weapon.
What can you tell me about a really large, bulky individual that was that axe?
What's in it for me? A good story, perhaps? I'm quite fond of cakes and pastries.
Oh, I can't cook.
Well, no,
She looks
no
around.
answers for you then.
You don't want me to cook unless you like charcoal, my friend.
Charcoal. Use is that in a meal?
That's why I hit things with my longsword instead. And
Thump.
pray. Do we have anything? Do we have any good stories to share in regards to this information?
There you go. Message from the gods.
It's Ayamode.
She's real! Come out!
Speaking remotely. So, I wasn't expecting Ronaldo to get caught, to be honest with you. Darn it. I gotta bring old Ronaldo back into this. He was there.
I have fond memories with Ronaldo, but Bjorn's going to kind of reveal and sort of retell some of the bits of his dream, especially around House Helrix and the symbology. See if he knows anything.
As much as she wants to know much more information about that, she's gonna stick to the first thing where she was asking about the big bulky guy with the same great axe.
First thing you notice as you begin retelling all this stuff again, Bjorn, Karma, is he seems like interested for a moment, but then he's more focused on something else. In fact, a couple times he turns his back on you. He's like admiring the scenery of the stone walls. And every once in a while he'll turn back around and kind of cock his eye up to you like he's listening intently, and then go back to eating. And in a nutshell, after you finish relating all this, his demeanor changes. He uncrosses his legs, both feet on his, or both hands on his knees, and he's looking eye to eye with each of you. And you have been given many hints as what lies ahead in your journeys. Pay attention. I cannot reveal everything. That would spoil the game. You have been brought together. The request of certain gods. And your quest is being revealed to you. It is far more than you think. Stay focused. Watch yourselves. Magic is everywhere. Belcor is just a walk in the park, one might say, of what lies ahead for you all. But we are watching. Know that for certain. And as he speaks these words, Valafor, his face takes the shape of your father. You see your father all of a sudden sitting there telling you these things, which really shakes you because you've never really known your father. You've always considered yourself an orphan. But you do recognize the face. Karma, with you, the face changes as well. This isn't a gnome speaking to you. This is your father. You're speechless, and a tear begins to swell up in your eye as you listen to these words. for you, Bjorn, as it looks deeply into your eyes. You see an image of a bearded face, almost like it was forged of iron. Great big jaw, stern, almost twice the size of a normal man's head, staring at you. But in addition, he also says to you, Bjorn, he says that you must bring honor back to us, my son. The key lies in the axe. And you all, no one else heard that, only Bjorn. And you all pause and freeze for a moment. And with a single blink, you see Ronaldo seated there with a smirk on his face. Now, I think it's time that we end this and you be on your way. Yes.
Indeed.
And as you say indeed, he raises his hand and he flips a finger. And just like that, Karma, you awaken. Your eyes begin to open. You feel refreshed. You're leaning against a wall. And as you look to the right and left, you see Bjorn. You see Valafor. You do not see the others, but you're back in the corridor with the transparent wall. You remember fog. You remember the fog, but it's no longer there. Valafor, you rustle yourself up. You feel like you just woke yourself up with a snore, which he did. You immediately reach to your axe, which is close by to you. You're lying on the floor, on your back in the corridor that you last remember being in, the one with the transparent wall. Bjorn, you begin to move about. I think Karma perhaps is reaching towards you. She touches your leg and you begin to move around and you open your eyes. Your pack is half off your back. The rope lies on the ground next to you. You remember, yes, we were going to tie everyone together and escape. The fog. The fog is no more. The light from your spell is aglow, as it was before. It feels like a mere hour of time has passed at best. But you feel very refreshed when you wake up. You feel like you had a sleep like you've never had before. You all feel this, in fact. And again, you have full hit points. Conditions gone. Ready to rumble. Once again.
All I could say is more questions than answers. Once again, another run in Ronaldo.
Indeed.
I mean, it seems he may be watching over us, but I'm still confused as ever.
Karma kind of touches her head and groans a little, and she says, "Is your axe still a snake?"
Well, I tell you what, next time you see a monster hit me, watch the skull. See what it does. It's a mysterious axe. Because every time a monster hits me and I bleed, my blood goes up the axe, and the skull on the end turns into the monster's face. And it seems to do more damage when I hit them, but only if I bleed from them. So it almost takes blood from me to be more powerful. So it may have something to do with the serpent, this Nimbaloth.
It's also the key. Bjorn says as he rummages and resecures the rope to his bag and his bag to his back. Fully draws his longsword this time after he wrestles to his feet.
Yes, it is the key to Victor's throat.
I don't think they mean it that way. We'll soon find out.
Yes. Well,
Shall we go fight a dragon?
indeed. My
Let's
blade
go.
is thirsty.
Things are about to get serious now. All right, so what we'll do, we're at 8:18. We'll take our break now, I think, and then we'll get back at it. But yeah, you can form yourselves back up and continue this. It doesn't look like, man, what just happened? You remember walking down through this fog? You tripped some kind of trap and you went sailing into the floor somewhere. And then all this stuff happened. Visions, dreams, craziness. What does it all mean?
Duke.
Clues. Clues. Remember that. All right, folks, we're going to take a short intermission, and then we're going to be back with part 2 of the session and see what happens next. I think it's going to get bloody. That's what I think. Okay? We'll be right back.
Be right back.
Yep,
Duke.
right here. I'm gyrating.
Okay, here we are. Part 2. Down to 2 players at the moment. Jesse should be joining us again through this, sometime through this part 2. We'll see. Well, we're going to see what trouble we can get into next, though, with the Karma and Bjorn as they make their way through the vaults here after that strange little episode involving Ronaldo, of all things, and Eleanor, priest of Iamode. Things were revealed. Clues, hints, motivation, inspiration. All was provided for tonight. So, you guys ready to pick up? What would you like to do next? Bjorn?
I think we're going to go into that chamber with that creature so we can investigate those lower doors. And I think we had agreed to go find a set of steps on the upper level and descend into the chamber from there.
All right, you continue moving north. You don't notice anything? No traps? And the transparent wall you can see through like you did before. You don't see any sign of any creatures in the water, although that's normal. Heading south. You get to that T intersection here. Now you have an option to move west here. But you're going to go the quick way, right? You're going to head south.
Yeah.
Into that secret chamber that was revealed by Cypher. It's got the plinths and the east and west walls. Nothing out of the ordinary. Where's my time die? I forgot my time die. 1 second. Bunk. And here's where things get interesting. Okay, heading into here. Peering through the glass, you don't see the dragon creature. But Bjorn, you do pick up on that location right here. That seems to be the outcrop that's sticking out over the water. Right near that grate. Interesting.
Indeed.
Shoot you across that way. Of course, this is the only way to go. Actually, you could have got in here through that secret door up here. You went further than you should have. And nothing unusual here either. Table with slate and chalk. Oh, wait a minute, I went too far. Are you trying to get to the arena?
No, we're trying to get inside this chamber.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Let me backtrack here, because that's no way to get there. I mean, look at this map. Yeah, you have to get to the floor above. Into that big bone chamber where the big bone giant was. That's where you have to travel to. Now, to get there, this is why I stopped you before at the T intersection. You would have to go west.
Okay.
Into that big circular chamber. And from there, I'll let you decide.
I Yeah, we'll hook to the west, get in that big chamber, and then wrap around that staircase to the. Oh boy.
As you open the door,
I knew that was coming.
the door opens to the sounds of growling and moaning sounds echoing through this hole to an abyss. All right, I'm going to leave you right there because you spot them immediately before you enter the chamber. So let's bring out the party here. Flunk. Make this go away. It'll go dark for a second. Well, first of all, let me put you in marching order. And then we'll decide what's next. Bjorn, are you leading the way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then we've got Valafor last to guard the rear, or are you putting him behind you?
I'll put him behind me for right now. That gives Karma another buffer.
All right. And we'll put some magical light here on you. Boom. Karma, did you have light?
I'd like to say I'd probably cast it before moving it around to the dark, so I would probably put that on.
All right, so this is what you'd look like. I'll move you back one because I didn't want to put you in the room. Just open the door. You see them and hear them immediately. And they spot you. So we will have to roll initiative to see what's next. To see what you can do next. Now, as far as exploration activity, I forgot to keep track of this. Go ahead and whatever you wanted to do.
Defend.
Can you set that yourselves in the party sheet?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
So,
okay.
activity slot available.
It's too permanent. We can only untap.
Let me give everybody a hero point. So, defend. Yours says free action. I don't know what the heck that is.
Yeah, I don't know what it's doing.
Here, up, down, back.
We screwed the pooch belly for.
Exploration. Oh, so they're here.
Free action. Let's get rid of that. Then click browse on your character sheet. So I guess you choose these on your character sheet and it just shows up on the party sheet.
Yes.
So on your character sheet, go to, what is it, actions? Yeah, page 2 of your character sheet. And then click exploration. There's encounter, exploration, and downtime. You would click on exploration tab. And that's where you can either create an action or browse.
Okay.
Click the browse and you can go through,
Oh, a bunch of stuff.
yeah, a little too many. Some of this stuff is I never heard of. Like squeeze.
If I click one, what does it do? It tells me you will spend 1 minute encouraging your ally. So these are weird.
Exploration skill. Learn a spell. Well, these are compose missive. These are class-related things too.
You know what? I don't know for sure. I think I'll just do follow the expert. I know that one's pretty good. And then based
No,
on other people,
that's not
right?
that's not really an exploration activity though. They're including more than they should in this list. There's only there's only a few exploration activities that are we want to look at for this type of thing. And
Oh.
follow the expert can be. It depends on the situation, but we're not doing that. It's where you are making skill checks to do things. You're not.
I can be simply. I could just say defend too. Isn't that something?
If you have a shield, you can do that. That allows you
Yeah,
to
that's-
start with your shield raised. You have to have a shield.
I have a shield. Yeah.
All right, click on defend. You'll start at any combat with your shield raised.
I'm here, by the way.
I see ya.
Can I get over here, perhaps?
Hey.
Like that. There we go. Active.
Okay, you're all good. What would you like to be doing? Exploration activity, Jesse.
I will be scouting to the front.
Oh, he's got you covered. You're scouting. Actually, it's already on your sheet. You just click active. Oh, that's cool. You can turn them on and off. Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right, you'll be scouting to the front. Right, Jesse?
Yep, you got it.
Makes sense. Well, you guys are all prepared for this combat then. Shields raised and scouting to the front. Everybody gets a +1 on initiative. Let's put the monstrosities in the chat. I'm going to make them go invisible. First. And I'll make them visible again. Okay. Let's grab you guys, put you in initiative. Okay, go ahead and roll your perception. Everybody gets a +1 to this roll. If you forget to add it, tell me and I'll update your thing. You hear bouncing sounds, Bjorn. One of the creatures is bouncing. You hear his wet feet slap the floor.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
I'll check it.
Better than one, I guess.
Did everybody add their +1?
Yes.
sir.
Okay, fella 4, you've got the jump on everybody as Bjorn opens the door to this abyss-like circular room. He opens it up to hearing moaning sounds. And there before you on the opposite side looks like 2 grothlets and some other creature you haven't really seen before. Well, the companions did, but not Bjorn. Not the rest of you. Kaboo, 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 his big heavy feet slapping the floor. You're up.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make my way over there and kill it.
Of course you are.
What else would he do?
Charge.
Kill.
Movement 25.
That's the first one.
Here's where a charge would come in handy.
Yeah, next level.
Ah. That allows you to move twice and attack with 1 action, or two actions, I think.
Yeah, it's 2 actions. You can stride up to 60 feet and make an attack.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2 actions right there, Jess.
Okay, at that point, I will try an intimidation check.
What does that look like?
Come on, you slugs. You know you want me, but
Who's your
die in the process.
Who's your target?
That one.
Intimidation coming up.
Dirty 20.
I think we tried this once before. Yeah. He pays you absolutely no attention.
Speaking no English.
Yeah. Give me a will save. As you get close to this creature, the moaning gets louder and louder, and it's quite unsettling. Give me a will save. Since you fought these creatures before, the DC is 17. Oh, a 14. Do you want to use a hero point?
No, but I'll use my bravery.
Okay, you are sickened 1. Bravery won't help you.
Okay.
You got a wretch to get rid of that. You have to spend an action retching.
Gotcha.
Takes an action to do that, so there you go. All right. You're done. Doesn't pay any attention. We're going to go to this creature. Right there. It lets out a horrible roar. Very unsettling. And it begins to spew out this acid in your direction. Deep from its insides erupts this acid, spewing from its maw. 15 is not going to hit your 24. Goes splashing against the wall. It spends its next action moving forward. Oops, somebody shut the door. Hold on. Go ahead, Kyle.
I did.
Go ahead. All right, so... Wait a minute. How far away... Nah, never mind. These guys can see you. All right, moves forward, and then it's going to attack with its claw. It's going to be its second attack. Third and final action. A series of claws reaching towards you, ripping to tear your flesh. Reaching to tear your flesh. All right, 26 will be a hit. It's going to be normal damage.
I'd like to parry.
You're going to take 17 slashing. Wow, how many hit points did he have?
106.
Woo-hoo. You guys are big time, I'm telling you. Okay, he's done. We're going to go to this guy. Guy hopping around in the background there. Let's see. Okay.
Got him choked off.
Right, this is going to be tricky. You've got attack of opportunity at 5-foot range, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if he tries to move through my square, I'm going to hit him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He don't know no better, though. Bjorn, you're up.
Right, Bjorn's gonna march into the room. One action. And then I got something I'd like to try. I can't even use it. It's 3 action. Never mind. Next round. Yeah, but I'm going to get to there. 1 action. Second action, I'm going to... His long sword begins to glow as he extends it to the heavens. I'm going to do battle prayer on that guy.
So it's good.
Yeah.
This guy right here?
Yes.
Okay.
We
No.
get 26.
No effect whatsoever. Nada. Like it didn't even hear you.
That's interesting. Last action, I'm going to move to get closer to Battleford. That's going to be it for me.
Time for the glade.
I'm rocking that long sword now.
I know.
Wait a minute, where are we? Valor was first. Dun, dun, dun. Bjorn's done. Karma, you're up next, Karma.
All right. That would be 25 feet. 1, 2, 3. Up. 4, 5. Why did my light disappear?
You had 2 of them for some reason.
Oh.
You're good now.
I'm gonna use. I'm gonna take my shield off my hand, put it to my side, and I'm gonna place my hand upon it. And I'm gonna use. Ugh! Look at that thing. Ugh. And this dancing shield will be allowed on Valafor.
Thank you.
Nice.
That's it for me.
Oops, what did it do there? Why isn't it letting me go on him?
Because you have 2 in 1 square.
Where is he? He's right. Oh. Why is it going in that room? Well, it's this guy. I need to get rid of him. Let me get rid of Madam again. He's got a 6 initiative. You remove him.
Hey, I thought I was bad.
Let's
Yeah.
add him. Let's give him 6 initiative. There. Let's get down there again. No, it won't let me go to him. Uh-oh. Boy, it doesn't like to give him his turn. Oh, I think I know what it is. He's supposed to go at the same time as the other guy, I think. It's a module I have. I think that's what it's doing. So let's get him out of here. Yeah. I'll take his turn now. But he actually goes the same time as the other Grothlet. I think that's why it's doing that. Alright, let me see what he's going to do. There's no room! Let's 'Cause 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 All right, just going to hang back there, crowding. Okay, Valafor, you're next.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to knock him down. Guy in front of me. Take his slug leg out. Oh, your hero point there? Yes,
Oh, gee.
definitely.
18 with a natural 1.
That's critical.
That's what I'm looking for.
36 is, I guess that's critical. I can't see the armor class. Gee. Yeah, it's going to be critical. So what happens?
Gonna take 22 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Okay.
And I believe I have to roll an acrobatics, and athletics for the knockdown.
Yep.
Thought so.
Against reflex DC? Or fortitude?
Yeah. Reflex.
That's critical.
He's down.
Critical?
Yes, sir. Nat 20.
Oh, you'd think we never played this game before. Trip. Critical success. The target falls and lands prone and takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage. So you slammed him to the ground.
Flip them.
So this is basically a trip, right?
It's a takedown, which is a trip.
Against his reflex DC. I never did look at it. Let's take a look real quick. Reflex DC. Okay, that's no problem. They're a big slug. DC was 15. So yeah, what's your D6?
1.
He slams with a slimy sound to the ground. Well done, Valafor.
Alright, now that he's down, I will hit him again.
And you will.
21, that's a normal hit.
Whack.
Normal damage.
9 points slash.
Okay. He is now badly injured.
Alright, I'll try to finish him off. Or no,
you're
wait.
out of action stuff.
Yeah, I'm done. I forgot. That's 2.
Okay. Gonna go to this creature. Well, that'll be both growthlets. Let me see what I could do here. There's no room. Can't get to the other side. Yeah, that's a little... He's gonna use he's gonna attack with the claw against Valafor.
AC 26.
29. With a natural roll of 20.
Wow, even with the shield raised. Darn it.
So that's gonna be a critical hit. That's gonna be his little claw attack. 32 points of critical damage. Slashing rips across your chest and your arm. Gonna leave you some scars. That's what that is.
Oh, Kyle. There.
He's gonna use a 5-foot step defensive move here. Pull back. I know, they're mindless, frenzied creatures, but too bad. And then he's going to spend his final action spitting some digestive spew in your direction. $19 is going to be a miss, so it misses you, splashes down into the abyss next to you. All right, he's done. Well, wait a minute. We got to do the other creature. He's going to look savage and hold his ground. Next is Mr. Bouncy Bounce. Let's see how good he does. He's going to take a turn. He bounces over the heads of his friend. He's going to get right here. He's going to spend his second action
Critical hit.
spitting at you. Some more acid coming in your direction. First attack. He's got a plus 14 on this. Oof, horrible roll. 17. Oh, wait a minute. Let's keep that. But I need to retcon something. Now, this creature right here, he was prone.
Yes.
He could crawl.
But that's
And
an
I-
attack of opportunity.
That would be an attack of well, the thing is, I took a 5-foot step. Can you make a 5-foot step with a crawl?
I don't think so.
I don't know. So what I'll do, I'm going to take him back. I'm going to leave him here instead of moving. And he'll stand up. So you will, instead of the 5-foot step, he's going to stand up.
All right.
Ah,
That's critical.
Critical hit.
critical hit.
That's 36 points of slashing damage.
All right, so
Explosion.
and you know what happens next? He explodes with a disgusting demise. Everybody within 30 feet of him. That is going to be everybody except the Grothlets. And the Bounder. Go ahead and make a DC 19 Fortitude. I'm revealing the DC because you guys have fought these guys many times.
I think we're safe.
You're all safe as he explodes in an acidic burst. So he's gone. His body's just gone. All right. Then the other creature will do his thing. He moved here, he attacked, or he spit at you, and he missed. And his third and final move. Let me roll this creature's initiative real quick. Ignore that. We're going to put him right here in initiative. He's done. Let me reveal him. For his final trick, he's going to... He's going to do a bouncing slam. He's going to land in your space. Now the question is this a movement? Let me see here. Landing in the creature's space and shoving the creature. If the shove fails, I bounce out of your square to an adjacent square. Yeah, it's just a shove. What's your fortitude DC?
24.
It's going to be a tough one. 16. He failed. He bounces back out of the square, so that's the end of his action. Or his turn. So he just bounced right off you, Valafor. You're just too big and brawny. Bjorn, you're up.
I'd like to tumble through and get here. If I could.
Okay.
Acrobatics, I believe.
Yeah, acrobatics.
I'll hero point that.
Okay.
That's 23.
Oof. You move up to your speed, treating it as difficult terrain. Every 5 feet counts as 10. So his square, you can move through it, but it counts as 10 feet instead of just 5. So you slipped through the creature. It was a little off balance after bouncing off of Valafor.
Right?
So that's 25 feet where you're at. Perfect.
And
Nice
that counts
move.
as just one action, I believe.
Yeah.
Now let's have some fun.
You stride up to your speed and make the check. So yeah, it's part of your move. And it costs one action, just like a stride takes.
So yeah, Valpor, you just see Bjorn come barrel rolling past you as he leaps over the creature and is brandishing this longsword and just starts hacking it to pieces. Hit. Normal. Gonna take 19 points of slashing damage. And then we're gonna try it one more time, just for funsies.
Funsies.
Hit. Normal. And it's also going to take 17 more points of slashing damage.
He's
That's
injured.
all she wrote for me.
Karma, you're up. It's an easy fight.
Right. I would like to do my best in help with casting guidance on our front line. So I will cast one guidance on Valafor, another guidance on Bjorn, and I will raise my shield. No, I don't have a shield. It's already raised. I will maintain concentration. I think it needs to be maintained.
Yeah, for that spell, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be the third action.
Yeah, sustain. You good, fam? You good?
Is there a button I have to hit for maintain or sustain?
No, you just have to clear that you're doing it.
Okay.
I think I forgot how to play this game. She just cast guidance on you, right?
Yes.
For one action.
Cool.
And then she cast guidance a second time in the same turn on another target, Valafor.
Yes.
Why do I feel like that can't be done?
It is a cantrip.
I know.
Is that not? Is
That's
that
how
not
cantrips
mean-
work. But why does it make me think that that can't work that way? I don't know. It's not concentration. I don't know. All right, you got one more action or no?
my last action, I have to sustain the dancing shield, so I'll do that.
Okay. Next round, Valafor, you're up.
I assume we're attacking the big bouncy bully. And we will use his guidance. And land bait. That's it.
Yes, it is. Normal.
That'll be 14 points of slashing damage. On the first. He'll try that one more time, I assume, because Jess is muted, so I'm assuming.
Oh, power attack for this one. I'm sorry.
Too late now.
It's a hit.
Nine point. You got one more, Valafor. What you won't do with it?
Slam him.
Yep, hit him again.
He's near death. Skewer him like a big giant meatball. Critical
I like
miss.
that.
Sometimes you're great, then you just suddenly flub it. Impetuous.
Yeah, somehow I got muted there. I wanted to hit him with a power attack. Oh well.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Next is the Grothlet, the rear back here. He's going to attempt to spit at you, Bjorn.
Okay.
13. Nope, he's going to claw instead for his second attack. Nope, horrible.
About to have fun with this guy.
One more time, just laying into you with the claws, ripping and tearing at the air. Nothing, you just evade him so easily. This is easy, Bjorn. You're gifted by Amode. It's time for the bouncer. He's gonna whip around and try and bounce on top of you. Bounding attack. He's gonna jump into your square and make an athletics check to knock you around. Let me see, what is this called? Bouncing slam. He's gonna try and shove you. You know how these guys work.
Oh, all too familiar, and Arthurian
Right.
hates them.
Alright, what's your fortitude DC?
24.
He got a 15. No effect. He bounces off of you back into the other square. So he's going to try.
That'd be an attack of opportunity.
Don't give me that. He's
Yeah, he
going to.
bounced back.
No, he moved within range. He didn't move out of range.
It's like a football.
He didn't move out of your range. Actually, he did, didn't he?
He
Well,
did.
this isn't considered movement. It's considered an attack.
Yeah, which is different.
Okay.
So let's get back to his attack. He's gonna. I think this was his. That was his first attack. So now he's going to try and claw you. They need to clarify that. Is bounding attack an attack? Because I don't see it written as an attack trait. It doesn't say any trait.
Does it
Oh,
say
no.
manipulate?
You know what it says? It's a shove. So a shove counts as an attack. So it is an attack. That's what it is. It's a shove.
Yep.
19, Bjorn. Nope.
Miss.
Okay, for his final trick of the evening. Waste of time, but he's going to do it anyway. Get lucky, not with a 2. Nope. God, you guys are too powerful for these guys. It's terrible. Okay, Bjorn. Karma, you're up after Bjorn.
You know what I'm doing. That's critical.
30 freaking 2. That is critical hit.
It's going to take 46 points of slashing damage, and if it is still alive, it is off guard.
All right. Describe how you slay this bouncing creature.
As this creature bounces into me, I just kind of puff my chest out real big, and he just bounces off, and then I just come down and cleave and split him right across the mouth, and just split the entire top of his head off. It lands in Valifor's lap. I would imagine Valifor was quite upset with me at that.
It bounces over the rail and falls 40 feet to its splattering demise. Yeah, it's cut in half. Very good.
That was only my first action.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to turn his focus to the little Grothlet. Small little feller.
Aw.
Then he's going to put him down.
Nope.
I like that up now. Wow. Okay. Last action. Let's try to intimidate him.
You don't speak English.
Second one.
Use an intimidating glare.
Oh, there you go.
Speaking no English.
I can intimidate with just a mere glance. $18. I don't think so.
Nope. Close. Need a 19.
Yep, didn't think so.
Okay. Karma, you're up.
All right. Gonna point my sword at it from a distance and use Divine Lance.
Yeah, get him, Karma.
And then attack. I'm assuming I hit this button. And it'll roll for me. $27.
That's a hit. You need a 19.
Cool, I hit something. No, that's 27 damage. Maybe I roll whatever I rolled. It rolled a 27. But that's an attack, right?
Yeah, there should be a button up underneath it that says damage.
Damage. Got it. Cool.
All those D4s.
4d4 good.
What is this now?
Interesting. It's Divine Lance, the cantrip.
So if it's evil, it will take damage.
Only?
Only.
Okay.
More damage.
I thought it was 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability, but it's only if it's evil.
It does good
Yeah,
damage.
Oh, gotcha. So
Good damage.
only affects evils.
Right. And if you did
Okay.
evil damage, you would only do damage against good. The direct opposite of the alignment.
Interesting. Okay, well, I wanted to try it.
Bjorn tried that too with his intimidation or something. What did you... Oh,
Battle
your
prayer.
prayers. Your battle prayer did the same thing. It did good damage, but it totally ignored it.
Okay. I wanted to see how it worked, and that was successful.
Bellafor, you're up.
Am I in range, or do I have to move one?
You have to move.
Gonna move on.
Okay. I'll make a 5-foot step. And I will power attack it.
Power attack.
That's critical hit.
It's going to be big damage.
46 points of slashing damage.
Nice.
You cut deep into it. It's still standing, but it's near death.
That's it. I'm done.
Bellafor, it lays into you with claws. Relentless strikes. Missed. Continues. Ooh.
Nope.
You continued to evade.
Thanks to that shield.
Yep, it rolled a 23 and yours is 26. He's not going to try and intimidate you. He's just going to go for the... Yeah, he rolled a 2. He got a total of 5. Look at that.
Was that intimidating, or was that a smile?
It was a miss. That's what it was. Bjorn, you're up.
Kind of like a mercy, almost. I kind of feel like I'm embodying
killing.
Iomede's mercy in this.
You gotta
as
roll,
he
Bjorn.
kinda-
You're doing all the kills here.
That's critical.
Yeah, you are.
That's going to be 38 points of slashing damage as I
Splat.
decapitated it. And then I punted the head into the other room just because I wanted to play soccer for a minute.
Describe your kill.
Yeah, seeing Bellafor couldn't quite get the job done. He kind of looks to Bellafor. Would you like me to show you a few techniques about this? Watch this. And he it swings it across and literally decapitates the creature. And then, as stated earlier, he will then pump the head like it's a soccer ball.
Just for funsies, Jesse, go ahead and make a wretch check. Because you've been sick all this time. Sickened 1. So he needs to make a fortitude save.
I think something got in my mouth.
Ew, gross.
27.
That
Oh,
definitely
The smell-
succeeded. All right. That's all you had to do. One action would have done that for you. But you were a -1 that whole time.
Yep, I was still hitting.
All right. Silence once again returns to the companions. The echoes of battle refrain. And you gather yourselves in this circular corridor, circular tower, whatever, that ascends high above you and deep below you. Does anyone have dark vision?
Nope, I don't think so. Humans.
Yeah, bunch of humies tonight. Nope, nobody has dark vision. You've got your light, that's 40 feet. You can just make out at the bottom of this pit as you peer over, looking at the splatter of bodies below. You could just see what looks like the surface of the floor below. To the south, you see stairs that lead down to that very level. Of course, Bjorn, in front of you is stairs that go up, obviously, to the level above you. So at this point, it must click in your mind that, wow, this is a quick way to go up and down levels. Because I don't think any of you realize that. You haven't been using the steps.
Interesting. Nothing came from this area the entire time so far.
I think we found our quick access.
Yeah, this would literally take you to what, level 4?
Mm-hmm.
Where it begins? Nobody's ever used these
Like,
steps.
you can go down as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, we can go up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, we got to go up so we can cross down into that creature's pit. But first, I'm gonna slap some healing on you, Valley Forward.
No, let me do it.
Okay.
I'm
Yes,
just
ma'am.
like that's my focus. I want to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh no, no, don't fight over healing me.
And I got to in order to do it, I got to remember keep.
They're all groping you. Hold still.
Hands off.
Ayamote's will.
Both ends.
Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, but he's just gonna pat Chapt, Valley Forward on the shoulder. That was a good boy. Shame
Yes,
that I
but
had to finish that one off there.
Oh, I see it's a competition now, eh? Well, I'll let you hit it first next time.
It's a deep.
Okay.
Life connection. What is this other one on you? Vital beacon.
That's right. We had used them before, but it's been a while since I had them set. So
Yeah, but you can only use one. They both have the concentrate trait.
I can't use them both. Oh,
don't-
I didn't know that.
I don't know. I don't.
Okay, if
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
a
case,
rules
I'll just
question.
use.
I
I'll just
don't-
use the vital beacon for now, and
I
well, let me
can't.
know. I guess.
I can't read the red things. What is that? Well, maybe it can. I don't know. That's something it doesn't really come up too often. People using concentrate spells all the time. I don't think it means you can't use it. Concentrate is. It's not like 5e. It's a little bit.
Shippy's flaming spear is concentrate.
Yeah. I don't like.
I always have to use an action to
Flame.
keep it up.
And the question here is, can she use 2 concentrate spells?
I think she
Yeah.
can. But I feel like it's been forever since we played. I don't know why we're having so much things tonight. Well, concentrate is a trait. Let's look this up real quick. Let's look up the trait concentrate. I haven't done this in a while. Real quick here. Comic companion, complex composition, concealed. Concentrate. An action with this trait requires a degree of mental concentration and discipline, so there's no rule associated with it. We'll look that up after the game. Make a note, Kyle. Concentrate.
Yes, sir.
And also add the spell guidance as the note. I'll look that up
All right.
tomorrow or something. Let's just continue. But you're good, Karma. You're not doing anything wrong. We don't know what we're doing. That's all. We're a bunch of dummies. All right, so let's bring everybody back into this little. I like that. And where would you like to go?
I'd like to go up the stairs and find a way down into the other pit with the creature.
Oh, up the stairs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you said that we had to go up to go down.
Well, if you go up, you're going to go up to the level above you. If you go down,
Right,
you're going to be back in the demon pits.
I think
Mhm.
maybe he meant you have to go north in order to go down because we have to enter the caves from the top, don't we? The same way we did before.
I was talking about the little dragon-esque creature. Where it said that we had to go up to the upper level to gain access, or we could portal in.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Get in there.
Is this where you wanted to go?
There was a way for us to go down into the other little chamber there.
Yes, you are correct. So from here, you'd want to travel all the way back to that bone room to access those steps. Let me see. Yeah, so what we could do, move this along quickly. Yeah, what you're going to do is you're going to head south. Your maps would indicate this. You're going to travel towards where those statues were, those ruined statues, and you fought those creatures, the basilisks. And from there, you're going to be in those balconies that overlook the arena. So essentially, this would be the quickest route. Now, I will have to make some checks. Okay? See where you're at?
Sounds good.
Now, from here, you're going to head west. You get to that gong. Remember all the fun you had here.
Oh, yes.
Then you head up to the bone giant room. And there's some familiar faces.
Hey, look, it's a younger version of me.
It is. Let's get them off the map. Now, it's in this chamber here, according to your maps, this door. It's a long way around moving your token. Is this what you want to do? Take those steps down now?
Into the creature's lair.
Ah, my friends, we're here. Let me mark off some more time. That took some time. We've been in the dungeon 2 hours now. It means... Okay. And there you go. Heading down the steps. Familiar ground, Bjorn. You step into a chamber, the stench is strong here. You see the dried blood all over the floor. Occasional footsteps of the creature that was walking through them. You hear scratching noises to the north as you enter the chamber. Deeper and deeper. You do not see it. You continue moving forward.
Cautiously, but as I'm going,
Would you like to use stealth?
I've got a giant light on my shield, so
Good catch, good catch.
yeah, so that's not going to happen. But
Stealth?
I'm gonna,
No good.
yeah, stealth is no good. I'm gonna kind of call out an undercommon to it because I believe this is the one where, if I remember rightly, Arthurian had an encounter. He's gonna cry out to it. And undercommon. We mean you no harm.
You hear a screech followed by slapping feet against the stone. And there's where you catch sight of it, racing towards you. Let me bring you guys out of your token. I love this. There you are. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I love it. You should have your shield raised because you're defending, Bjorn. So raise your shield. Karma, raise your shield because you're defending. And Valafor, you are scouting. I'm going to put all you guys in the chat. You're all going to get +1 to the initiative as he comes within sight, racing towards you as if in a hungered frenzy. Paying your words no attention.
It was worth a try.
Okay, we're all good. All right, the creature's up first with a solid 38. He rushes towards you, Bjorn. Well, let me look at his sheet here real quick. What's this? Give me a basic reflex save. This is going to be a burst of 30 foot, so that's going to be... Oops, I don't want to move him. That's going to be everybody. You can all hear this. This harsh, screeching sound emits from this creature as he stands there suddenly staring at you. Everyone make a basic reflex save. Basic as in you're about to take damage. So let's roll some damage. It's going to do 96 sonic. 29 points of damage. Now, let's see what your rolls are. 6, okay, 10. Okay, you all passed, so you're going to take half of that 29, so it's going to be 15 points on each of you. 15 points of sonic damage. You go to cover your ears from the screeching noise. Okay. And finally... I think that's gonna do it. Let me see what else it does here. Okay. And it's gonna move out of sight. Bjorn, you're up.
Okay. Wow, everything just went dark. I'm just going to move up. So that's one movement. Okay, that's 2, and he's going to try one strike. Here we go.
Hit.
Okay, normal. It will take 22 points of slashing damage. Kind of like he returned the favor. And that's all he got.
Okay, as the creature pulls back and fades into the darkness, you're in hot pursuit. You shake off the screeches that it made and you rush it. You close in on it, seeking revenge. Yeah, it did ignore you and made fun of you, too. So you're going to make it pay back. You're going to make it pay back hard, Bjorn. You land a few blows and cut into it. Got some damage under your belt. We're going to go up to Karma next.
I'm gonna move further further into the room to about here, so I could see them. Oh, they're really far away.
Yeah, 40 feet from you.
Oh my god. Sticking to plan. I'll get closer next turn if I have to. I'm gonna use Dancing Shield again. On my shield for Valifor. My second time. And that's it for me.
Thank you, milady. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. Bellafor, you're up.
Valifor's on the map.
Let me double check this thing here.
That's one move. 2 moves, and he's going to lay into it for his last attack. Hit. Ten points, slashing, barely scratched.
Ten points damage?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Wouldn't that be 12 because he has the Retribution Axe and the creature just hit him with that sonic damage?
Yeah, if it damaged him, the skull would begin to take the shape of this lizard creature.
So yeah, that would be 12 then.
Okay, let me keep this open for a second. Hopefully it'll stay open as I go back down to level 6. Okay, where is that circle? Okay. All right, 10 points. Oof. Okay. All right, is he done?
Yep, he's done.
Right. All right, Valifor. Valifor's done. Go to the creature. All right. Got it kind of trapped here. Strange indeed. It's going to attempt to shove. I don't think I could squeeze under you. So it's going to do the shove-a-rooney. It's going to be an athletics check against your fortitude DC. What's both your DCs with fortitude?
24.
Yours is 24? What's Valifor's?
And Valiforce is 25.
Okay. No, it's going to attempt to hit you with a shove. Let's see how that works out. Needs a 24. It gets a 19, a failure. You lose your
Not
balance, fall, and land prone. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, he did. Creatures. Somehow he managed to fall over, so. Okay. It can happen. We're dealing with some tough warriors here. That's not good. This is a big setup. All right, it's got, from the ground, it's going to attempt to claw at you. This will be count as a second attack. This is against you, Bjorn. Gets a
Miss.
25. That's going to miss. Then it's going to stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is brutal.
baby. One for me and one for Val. That's a critical hit.
Okay, do your
That's
critical
funny.
damage.
That is 22 points of slashing damage, and it is off guard until the start of my next turn. And then we're going to do Valiforce. Because he also has attack of opportunity.
He's got the old retributor. Hiya!
That's a hit. Normal.
Normal.
So that'll be 13 after Retribution Axe.
Okay, that wasn't so bad. You guys didn't roll as much damage there. Why is that?
All right. Yeah, like,
Dun, dun.
oh, I only rolled a 1 on one of my D10s. That's why.
All right,
Got off lucky.
you're up.
This is going to be good. No, I'll hear a point. Yeah, might as well. Yeah. Gonna take 18 slashing, the first hit. Let's see if we can do it again. Hit again. For another 19 slashing. And then I'm gonna, for my last action,
Ugh.
Bjorn's gonna keep that shield up.
Jeez. Okay. Karma, you're up. You see your friends battling to the death against this creature. They got the edge on them.
Oh, yes.
Seem to be doing all right.
I'm gonna throw a little support in there, targeting Valifor. I'm gonna give him a foreboding ward. Can I do that?
Yep.
You already have the floating shield with that stack.
That's what I'm asking. Can I do that in the shield? I was just about to check.
The best.
It's just,
Are they-
it's just sustained up to 1 minute, so yeah, I'd have to sustain
What
it.
kind of modifier is it? Status? Status
Yeah.
bonus? Yeah, they don't stack. You use the highest one.
No, I gotta do because I have the concentrate sustain on the floating shield, so
Well, you
the
don't have to
Forbidden
have
Ward. Yeah, I'd rather have that up. I just don't have very many things I can do. Probably go hit it.
Fine lands.
You guys are immune to guidance right now for another hour.
Mhm.
So. Yeah, this is a good opportunity to test that, I guess. So instead of doing Forbidding Ward, I apologize. Cantrip of a Divine Lance, but this time lawful. Let's see if it does anything.
You could choose.
Yeah, Carl.
Well, it's a good hit if it hits.
So what'd you choose? Lawful or good?
Lawful.
Okay, lawful.
And if that hits, do I hit damage up here?
Mm-hmm.
Same as last time.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Does it take damage? Is the question.
Yes, yes it does. 12 points of
Yeah.
alignment damage. Because he's chaotic. Growls and hisses. Very good.
And I will sustain, of course, using the dancing shield and end my turn.
Okay, we're going to go to Valifor. Time to finish him off, Valley 4.
You know what it is.
Oh, he's not here again.
Valfor is going to use power attack
Ah,
and
jeez.
try to land base this creature.
Let's see if he gets a kill. 28.
Hit. That'll be 16 points of slashing damage. Well, 18
Almost.
points of retribution.
Almost. What's the total? 18?
18 with retribution.
All right, so minus another 2. Whoops, that didn't work out. Oh, damn it. I should have. Why is that not working? Plus.
Yeah, like it won't let me add or adjust theirs either. Like I have to actually go and open the character sheet for it.
Yeah, what's up with that? His hit points should be this number. There. Alright. He's about as close to death as you can get. Almost.
He's going to try it again. He's got one more. Come on, Valley 4. That's a hit.
Alright. Does this count as his third? No, he has something to...
Yep, that feat.
Yep.
So it'll be 15 points slashing damage.
Describe how Valifor slays this mini dragon.
Well, as Bjorn kind of cleaves into it from one side, Valor kind of takes his opportunity, jumps up into the air, and just slams his axe right through the top of this creature's skull, just burying it as deep as he can get it. As he lands on top of it, sort of yanking the axe free and putting his left boot on top of the creature's head and kind of giving it the famous Captain Morgan stance.
Man, he didn't have a
victorious.
chance. I should have gave you some hero points. Let me see what this yielded. 3 characters, party level 7. Let's calculate some XP. Give yourself 80 XP. I still have to give you some XP for the other stuff.
That'll be 595.
Okay, so he has been slain. You caught me there. There was something that threw a wrench into the works, and it's that freaking teleport circle, which is right there. Which made me think, what happens when he steps in it?
That's kind of what I was expecting it to do. Like I was thinking, all right, it's going to run back to that teleport, and it's just going to teleport away.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense. I'd have to go back and read it a little bit more thorough. So I wasn't ready for this. But, yeah, that made me wonder. Then I was thinking, well, what if you guys step into it? I know what happens then. That would have been interesting, but you guys are right on the cusp of that freaking thing. You're not actually in it. It would have teleported you back upstairs and put a rune on your forehead, if you remember.
Yeah.
So that's what that is. All right, that combat encounter ended. Success. The creature is just a lifeless body lying there, cut up, slashed. Did good.
And then I kick it.
Give it a few kicks. Well done, Karma. Put your 2 cents in there. So, as you catch your breath standing in this room after yet another battle against these creatures, what next? What next?
Bjorn's gonna move up to one of these doors and take a listen.
Okay, perception check.
Oh, that should have been blind, sorry.
It's okay. You hear scratching noises. And then a door slams.
Bjorn kind of steps back, motions for Karma to run over. We got more, and we got something behind this door. Let's go. He sort of gives the nod to Valafor to open his door as well.
Ah! He jumps
Tips
into
it
the
over.
room. You see a long corridor, 10 foot wide, traveling to the south, as far as you can see.
Bjorn's going to look to Valafor and to Karma. Slow and steady. And he's going to start heading down the corridor.
Go ahead. Come on in, Karma. Hey, wait up. Go ahead. As you step into the walkway, there to the west you see it. Not one, not two. Almost 3 doors. There's also 2 doors in front of you. Great locks dangle from them. Actually, no, there's no locks dangling from them. You see some large keyholes in the doors. Right here.
Okay.
2 double
How large or
doors.
large?
Huh?
How large are large keyholes?
I
Like,
don't
are
want-
they the size of an axe? Or...
I don't want to make it sound like that. The picture shows a lock because that's what Foundry does, but there's actually no lock there. They're barred. But you can see keyholes in each of the doors. Yeah, so you'd need a key or you could pick it.
Break it down.
Well, let me check your inventories, see if somebody has a proper key. I know what it's called. Karma is a no-go. Bjorn, do you have any keys?
I have one.
What is it called? Nope.
As the Bugalander's key.
You could try, but it doesn't seem to fit.
Valafor has that. Oh, and then that's something you can affix to a talisman. Never mind.
You have to be an expert at thievery. Huh, that's useful. He doesn't seem to have any other. That means Cypher has any other keys. And she's nowhere to be found. So lockpicking is definitely out of the thing. It's not an option. Except you can maybe force the door. There's always that.
Okay. Valafor and Bjorn will do that together.
Okay. Who wants to make the check?
I can have Bjorn make the check.
All right, so make a check for Valafor to see if he can add to yours. I know the DC, so it's an athletics check. This will take time. If you don't get it on the first try, they're going to know you're out there. Oh, Valafor
That's
gets...
critical on Valafor.
I think that's a +4, isn't it?
I think.
Yeah, I think it's a +4. Let's see if I'm right. We always end up looking this up. +2. No, wait a minute. You grant your ally a +2 bonus on the triggering check. If you're a master with the check, you attempt the bonus. Your attempted bonus is a +3. If you're legendary, it's +4. So if
He's a master, so +3.
Is he really?
Yes, sir. Master in athletics.
Okay, so that's +3. So you're going to get a +3 on this roll. So go ahead and make... Yeah. Go ahead and make your roll. You get a +3 on this. Ugh.
Good enough.
Total of 15. Your shoulder crashes against it alongside Valafor. But even with his help, the door does not budge. Whatever's on the other side is fully aware of your presence now. Do you continue to try to force it?
Yes.
Okay. This next check is going to determine how much time goes by. So go ahead and make one check. Give yourself a +3. $35. It takes you another round of continuous bashing against this door, just crashing against it. And with that, your side, well, not your side, we'll say Valafor was the one. His side is going to break through. Not both of them, but the one. But at this point, it doesn't matter. Crashes open. And you see a chamber. First within view is a desk. Now I'm going to bring Valafor in here. I don't know. Can he see a little bit more than you? He doesn't have a light. I don't think so.
No, like you can only see like a little quarter of it.
All right. Well, let's just bring you both in here. We'll put you right here.
Oh, wow.
All right. There. Well, let me read. Let's see what it says. Books, glass bottles emitting smoke, and clumps of slime fill the shelves that cover the high walls of this chamber. The southern area, just in front of you, displays the dissected remains of several creatures, pinned to a wall like rare and unusual specimens. The head of a Morlock, somehow kept alive through some mechanical means with tubes and wires connecting to its body, screams a constant hoarse note. As you enter the room, it screams in pain and agony. Turn up, Bjorn. Why did you fail your roll? Let me bring you in here so you can see. Poor Karma's in the back. She don't know what the hell's going on. But, more importantly, there, at the top of a small stage area of some steps, you see this nasty-looking fellow. It is fully, It is fully armed, as if waiting for your entrance. Now I need all of you, well, Valafor, how do I say this? I won't say anything. We'll leave it at that. And we're going to roll initiative. So we're not going to fight this now, I don't think. I think Karma's getting tired. What we will do is we're going to put everybody in the initiative and see where everybody stacks up. getting tired, Karma?
Oh, the caffeine's wearing off, I think. My
Yeah.
brain's a little foggy.
Yeah, a lot happened tonight. So it's a lot to ponder. So go ahead and roll your initiative. You're using perceptions. You can all get a +1 on this. I can change it for you if you forget. It's okay. Let's see where we stack up.
Oh, I rolled the wrong thing. I'm losing my brain. I
It's
thought
okay.
you wanted a protect. I thought you wanted a perception check. The perception check. I'm sorry.
Perception for initiative. That's about it. It's an initiative check, though. I don't think a +1 is going to matter in any case. Well, it might. Bjorn, did you add your +1?
Oh, no, I didn't, but I added mine for Valor-Force.
All right, let me give you a +1. So you're at 23. Nope, I made you 2. How do you like that? Yeah,
I always knew it was a shitty position.
You want me
23.
to roll with the little dice, the roll initiative dice, even though I rolled something else?
23. It's not changing. What's going on here? Update participant. Clear initiative. Go ahead and re-roll, Bjorn.
Got the 23.
Yeah, you did. There. Perfect. Karma. Let's roll Karma's and see what she gets.
Okay, sorry.
+1. Let me add. Does that work? +2. Why did it do a +2? What the hell? Society check.
On society.
Wait a minute. Let's clear that initiative. Just hold on. Let me try and figure this out. Attribute intelligence proficiency, untrained mod. Why is it using intelligence? Off. Turn that off. I obviously don't know how to use this. Let's go to the character sheet. Page 1. Initiative, it's set to... Why is there no menu to change your initiative to some other skill? Oh no. Yeah, it's set to society for some reason. Let's change that to perception for Karma. And it should be +15. Modifiers, let's give her a +1 here. Or let's not do that. I don't know what I'm doing. Go ahead and roll it, Karma. Just click the button.
There you go.
Would actually be 27.
I added in the +1 circumstance bonus.
Did you? Okay, you know how to do it. I don't. I'm a big dummy. I don't know how to use it. How to do it. I'm trying to get used to that little window that pops up that allows you to use modifiers because I never use it. Alright, that looks good. We'll begin the encounter. Ba-dum. Alright. And we're not going to get into this now because before you this giant worm, as if waiting in preparation for you. At last I see those who run rampant through my corridors. Now you will pay. Get them! And with that, we'll end the session. Who exactly he's shouting orders to, you do not know. But what you do know is Valafor, Bjorn, you stand at the portal of this room with this kingly-looking worm before you. Interesting, all the chemicals and strange concoctions and automaton-like things in this chamber. Just exactly what is he? You don't know, but you're going to find out. So I think that body is back here. I think that head of a Morlock is in here. And on these tables on the left and right, there's all kinds of weird stuff. It's like he's doing experiments with body parts. Could this be the flesh warping the Morlocks spoke of? Such words float through your head as we begin this combat. And there we go.
Get real.
About to get very real. We just encountered somebody you've heard of before. But we'll find out what that's all about in the next exciting episode of the Abomination Vaults. GM's Alcove style. Well, that's our session. What you guys think?
I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah,
Me
that
too.
was a lot of fun.
Me too. I think it slowed down a little bit when we got into combat. I think the role play was the big thing tonight.
Oh yeah, the role play definitely hands down some of our best role play we've done in Pathfinder.
Yeah. Yeah, been a while since we got into it that deep. Well, that's
Oh
good.
yeah, like we were in the onion cutting deep kind of territory, and that's where I like to get.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Kyle. Go on and share your thoughts. Give us your outro, the whole bit and bridle, and we'll wrap it up.
The bit and bridle incoming. Y'all be safe. Be fun. Stay dirty. I love you. We'll see y'all on the next ones. I had a lot of fun, as I always do. It was good to get to role play with everybody. Really had to sit and ponder and think about things, and got a lot of things in my head that I'm thinking about. It's definitely lit a fire, kind of sparked my creativity there a bit, so we'll see what comes out of that. Great fun as always. Fantasticals. And that's going to be it from me on this exciting episode. I want everybody to give Fritz a big hug and a round of applause for putting this awesome session together for us and taking time out of his life to make us happy. So appreciate you, Brother Fritz.
Boy, that's a heck of a way to put it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thanks, Kyle. Karma, what do you think? How did it go for you tonight, Karma?
Really enjoyed a lot of the role playing of the session. Trying to piece together some of the clues you were giving us was like really interesting, and I'm also thinking a lot of different about tonight. So I look forward to seeing what you got next.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Karma. Jesse, of course, missed the rest of the session. He'll probably be back in later, as he usually does, to catch up on what happened while he was driving home. I enjoyed it. It was really good. Very creative here in the beginning. Solid role play and narrative stuff going on. We didn't get enough chance to do that. But we delved into some things pertaining to both the story and the backgrounds of the characters. And it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. I think after playing for 2 years now, Kyle, you're starting to see things take shape in a bigger way now.
Oh, yes.
Serpents and Belcora and what's her name? Nimbleth. or its name. All these things coming together and the backstories of the characters blending in with this. Ronaldo once again making an appearance. It's all starting to come to fruition here as we come to a bit closer to the climax of this story. But anyway, that was good stuff. I enjoyed it. We're going to be back next week for episode 27 or 76, 77. Man, I can't think which episode it is. I think it's 77 is next. All right, folks. We'll see you guys next week. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoy watching this later on. And we'll see you next time. So, folks, hang in there. It's only going to get better. We'll see you soon. Take care.